All right. Let's go ahead. Military style, 15 minutes, always on time. If you're on time, you're late. You understand what I'm saying? We are on course for awesome debate. Okay. Let me get this spiel out the way first, and then we're going to go ahead and start introducing people and bringing them in. Let me explain to you again. It is Get This Smoke, who is advocating for Sugar Ray Leonard, versus BVO, who is advocating for Floyd Mayweather Jr. These two guys set this up on their own. They selected the judges, and they are going to get it on live in HD and educate you guys in a real debate series. Welcome to the YouTube sports community. Okay, we got some great judges today. It's going down as usual. I also like to do this. I will bring in a fourth person, which is a spare judge, or just in case of an emergency, we have a continued flow. That person will be, it was between Alonzo and Mark Nash, but I'm going to select Mark Nash for this one, and I'm going to let Zoe Money probably get the next one. What this fourth person is a spare just in case the judge don't show up, but they also represent the chat, and they get to ask questions as well. They're here for a check and balance. They will not have a vote or a say on the outcome of the debate, but they will be here as a reference points, because I don't talk, I don't speak, I just control the tempo, so you don't get to hear me put any input in this. No. I am fair, I am neutral, and I'm just here for justice. That's all I'm here for. Once I say the opening and I do what it is that I do, then I'm pretty much done unless there's something going on. Now, as we wait for the guys to come in, okay, as they start to click the link, we only 3 minutes early. They're not late. It's just that I'm on time. You understand? Again, if you're on time, you're late. Let me tell you what's at stake. Of course, there's always the cash prize of $50. But this is for the Undisputed Debate Championship of the World across all platforms. There's no other. I am no longer that. This ain't about me. This is about establishing a new lineage. And get to smoking BVO, they say they want it. That's one belt. That's one belt. Okay? All right. I got to show it to you guys. That's two belts. Okay. It's for all the marbles right here. That's two belts. All right. Y'all see them all? Let's go ahead. That's three belts. Now let me bring them all together so y'all can see this, man. All right. Undisputed is on the line. I mean, when I say undisputed, I mean undisputed. Okay? So, this got to be a good one. We can't have any debacles. This got to be fair and just across the board. So, obviously, listen, relax, go get your coffee, go get you a drink of water, and we finna go ahead and get started. We are going to send the link out. The link is out. Mark Nash, if you want to show up and come on in here, you'll be my swing judge for the chat, because the chat, as you know, you guys get to ask questions, right? And we're going to ask that to the two debaters in the second leg of the debate. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead. You guys have the belts. I'm going to give you guys my undivided attention now. This is for Smoke and BVO, along with a cash prize of $50. This is prize debating. Let's go. All right. Mark Nash, hit the link. I'm finna go off. You guys seen my face enough. You heard me talk enough. Let's go ahead and introduce Shelton Moore. He's going to tell you guys and the debaters what he's looking for. How can you capture his vote? So without further ado, let me introduce the OG, Shelton Moore. What's up, big dog?
Young brother, how you doing today?
Doing good.
Yeah, I'm looking for delivery. I'm looking for facts. I've done my homework on this topic. I want delivery, facts, no name calling or disrespect, just straight facts and delivery. I need a great delivery, and I need straight facts.
Okay, all right. And I'm going to introduce Mark Nash. Mark Nash is my spare. He's here to help me out. He will represent the chat. He will engage. He will ask questions in the chat normally. But what I do to have a chat member involved, I bring them up. They will not have a vote on the panel, but they will act in case of an emergency, because I don't select the judges. The two combatants select the judges. So Mark will be able to ask questions as well as a representation of the chat. Mark, tell everybody about yourself and what you got going on and what you could possibly be looking for.
Again, like you said, I'm just here just in case we don't get one of the judges drop off, bad audio signal loss, but I will be here watching the whole debate. I don't understand exactly what you want me to do as far as questions from the chat. I'm sure you'll explain that a little more. But look, I'm here for delivery. I'm here for the facts. I think delivery matters. Your rebuttals matter. When I'm looking to see how do you answer? How do you use your time? Do you use all of your time? Do you waste a lot of time in your rebuttals? Also, I'm here to see how you take you can't argue with the judges. The judge's decision is final. We can't argue with the judges about why they judge what. We're not going to stop the battle or the debate to debate about the debate. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can do that afterwards, but the judge's decisions are final. And I just want that to be clear.
Okay, so to explain what I mean by the chat judge has no impact or influence on the judging unless he needs to, because of an emergency, because we understand we're playing on YouTube and things happen. You serve as a spare judge. When I say questions, the chat gets to ask the two debaters questions. It's interactive along with the judges. I will read some of the questions as I did in the previous debate, but however, you are a chat member, so you would normally put your question in the chat. Instead of just doing that, I pick one person that we're all familiar with that I select to bring up on the board so that they can ask their questions as opposed to necessarily read them. So you're just representing the chat as a person who would ask additional questions. That's what it is, for additional clarity.
And when you say a question, is that a debate question round? Like a round?
Yes. So the format is this. You will get a opening, an intro from both of the debaters to establish exactly what they're debating about the topic. They will then be able to ask, they will rebut each other. Then we will go into a retort round where they will retort each other, and the judges will ask questions. The judges will ask questions, and then they will get more understanding on what it is that's going on. And then you will be able to ask questions as a chat member. You don't have to ask anything. You could be satisfied. I'll just go to the chat. But that's what you're here for. All right?
Thank you, sir. I'm here to help.
No problem. Appreciate that. We waiting on the rest of everybody else. Now, we got the... Hey, listen. Again, let me say this real quick. This is for the Undisputed. I got to introduce Smoke. Smoke, tell us how we got here and anything you want to say on your mind, man. Go ahead, Big Smoke. You got it. You got it.
Oh, yeah. So, you know how it is, man. So, I showed up on the scene, fresh-faced, even though I was an old man, right? And I handled my business. I got the belt. There's a lot of people talking trash like they wanted some work. Nobody actually stepped up to get the work. Finally, you had to come out of retirement, show everybody how it was done, or at least attempt to. But, there's ring rust. You'd been out of it for a while, wasn't sure what the hell was going on. There was a lot of confusion, controversy. The belts went vacant. Now, we're scrapping once again. I'm in the mix, trying to get my undisputed props that I was robbed of the last time I stepped up to the plate. But hopefully today there won't be any controversy. We'll have a clean and entertaining exchange, and I'll come up on top the way the way that at least I envision. So I'm here for all smoke. You know it already. Everybody who knows me knows I will pull up and I'll present an argument. That's me, baby. Let's do it.
All right, shoot. We're waiting on the link is in the chat right now. We're waiting for Blood Boxing as one of the judges, and we're waiting for Big Blunts as one of the judges, and we're waiting for your actual opponent, BVO. So as usual, you guys go ahead and get you a drink of water, get comfortable, sit down, check your audio, and give them guys a chance to get in here. That way it ain't no rush. We got time. I got time. You got time. There's no rush. So relax and chill, and let's get it in. Does anybody have any questions or any concerns or thoughts before we start?
I got a quick question.
Go ahead.
Is it gonna be like, do they already know the questions you're gonna ask, were they able to prep, or is you're gonna surprise them on the spot with the questions?
No, we won't do that. We don't do it that way. What happens is the two debaters get to tailor the entire debate how they see fit. I'll allow Smoke to elaborate on that as well too if he wants to. This is not about me. This is not about I have no control. I'm here for checks and balances only. So Smoke, if you want to elaborate on that, because maybe some other people have those questions as well too while we wait.
Yeah, so the way we're doing this debate, right, we're going to do both guys give the opening statement, both give our rebuttals, and then we go back and forth attacking both the opening statement and rebuttals to see, where there might be any weaknesses, right? Then after we're done with that, both the judges can kick back, ask us questions, any questions they may have to get clarity on their end. Also, if the chat, at that point, the chat can also chime in with any questions that they may have so they can get clarity on what they heard from the two debaters. After that happens, after the questioning happens, both debaters give their closing statements, and then it goes to the judges for the final verdict.
Okay, how many rounds is it, and are the rounds timed?
We have 2 hours for the debate total. We haven't broken it down into times for any particular round per se. It's just we have 2 hours to get through the whole thing. I expect that the moderator will be checking the time and make sure we don't get bogged down in any one particular area for too long. And that's my reading of the whole thing.
All right, and let me elaborate on that. When we do these, the two debaters, they set the time up. I have a open time frame for the working debaters. That's what I'm here for. I set this time aside for them specifically. All debates are not created equal. There's no pressure. There's no time restrictions, right? Once you give an opening, you give an opening, right? Once you give a rebuttal to the opening, it just naturally flows as it did in the last previous debate. And then the open leg or the second leg, or what you would consider a second round, just naturally flows. And I will announce that. I will say, okay, we're moving into the open mic round or the retort round. They will engage each other hangout style. You know, that's something that we all used to. These guys will go back and forth. They get to challenge each other, pick and poke. And once they yield the floor and they have concluded and they say, hey, check, I'm done. And if anybody don't have anything else to say, we'll go to the judges. They can open up and start asking questions. Once all three of the judges are satisfied, along with the chat and the chat special guest, once you guys are done, if you have any questions or no questions, then I'll cut it off there and we will slide directly into the closing argument and the conclusion. And that will conclude the debate. There's no restrictions. This is a complete flexible arena in which these guys get to, you know, debate against each other within rules and regulations. So they can use any style that they want. They can outbox, they can slug, they can swarm, they can hit you a little low sometimes if they want. They'll get a warning for it, but they can do whatever they want to do in this ring.
Okay, so it's not like you go then I go. Like, no, he can cut them off if you want to.
Yes, in the second leg, they already established who go first, the challenger. Once somebody issues a challenge, they always have to go first, unless in this case we're going to establish an undisputed champion. The undisputed champion in this debate wheelhouse will always reserve the right to go first or last. But usually the person who challenges the person for a debate, they will have to go first because they're issuing the challenge. But it's really not a big deal on who go first, because the second round or the second leg allows for back and forth banter. So really the only thing you're going first on is your introduction to the material and your closing. That's it. So there's no advantage.
For sure. I got it.
That is. So we waiting on you selected Blood as one of the judges. We waiting on Blood. And we're waiting on Blunts. So what we'll do is, Smoke, do you have contact with the judges? Because we finna get to 3:15. Smoke might be.
No, I don't actually.
Okay, let me reach out. I'll reach out to Blood for a second. If not, then we'll have to slide Nash into this, and then we'll just see what we got going on from there. Let's cook. Let's see what we got. Hold on.
And while he doing that, hey Smoke, how much time you gonna give your opponent before you gonna call it a duck if he don't show up?
You know, I can wait 100 years, man. These dudes either he's gonna show up or he's not, right? I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad at you know. Hopefully he's done his research and he's excited. I know my man's got a school age kid, you know, married. I'm not mad at him. It's Sunday. We all have obligations though, so don't waste too much of our time.
And Smoke, why did y'all pick 2 hours for the debate? That seemed like a long debate. Why y'all pick 2 hours?
I don't know that it's going to go for 2 hours. He just had 2 hours for the whole thing.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, good luck to you, sir.
Well, thank you.
I know you're well prepared.
Your time. Yeah. I hope, you know, I think I am. We'll see. Let's see if my man shows up, and let's see what he brings to the table.
Indeed. While we do that, just so we don't have no dead airspace, what'd you think of the fight last night?
I think that the 140 is kind of top heavy.
For sure.
All right. So I reached out to Blood. We'll see where he at. Blunts, we're waiting on one of the two or both of them to show up. And we obviously got to wait for BBO to show up. Just for the record, Smoke. Hey, the belt, the undisputed crown don't change hands until somebody actually debates. So I want you to know it's going to be a win for you and you're going to move up. But there won't be no belt.
Well, I can live with that.
All right, right. We just because he got to
I like
show.
to get mine, I like to get mine in the. I like to get mine in the ring, not in the email.
Right, that's right. That's right. And then while we doing it, man, you can talk as much trash. I see Money Brown in here. I don't know if he ducked in and ducked out. He's shown debate skills. If you feel like issuing a challenge smoke just in case this BVO don't show up, I mean, it's still an opportunity for the belts because
I want to just. Yeah, no, I just want to. I wanted to do two things when it comes to Money Brown. I want to like on my scorecard. Of course, he won that debate, and he should be in the money. But I heard him talk about how the build up for Spence Crawford got him all fatigued, and he got he wanted to step away from the internet a little bit. When I suggested that they were doing too much, he told me I was complaining too much. He told me to like log off and all this other shit, go touch grass figuratively. Then turns out, soon as they found out about that David Avenesian, he was right there in the boat with me. I just wanted to let him know I heard that. I remember what you said to me. I remember how you treated me when I said I was tired of this shit. And then in the final round of debate, you finally copped to it. You felt just like I fucking felt. Now, go ahead.
That's nice.
Seems like another debate.
Now, what'd you say, Mr. Moore?
I said that sounds like Smoke trying to set up another debate. Sounds to me.
I mean, there's nothing to debate. We both agree that was some bullshit. That whole build-up last year was some waste of fucking time.
Yes, sir.
Playing with purest emotions. Go ahead.
Antonio MMA is also looking for some. He was expressing that yesterday on last night panel that he's looking for something. While we wait, if people want to come in and just shout out the channel and themselves and what they got going on, that is open too. We always can fill space up. We definitely can do it like that. So Fix, if you want to jump in and you have been in the chat listening, say what you're listening for as a chat member. Antonio MMA, if you want to jump in. Bruce Gas, I know you're there. That way everybody kind of on the same page. Cam, if you want to jump in. All the guys who in, if you want to just jump in real quick, speak your piece on what you're looking for in a debate, what you plan to get from it and what you hope to attain from it. That always will help as well. So I got the link in the chat. And if you want to come in while we wait for BVO, then we can do that. We're still waiting on Blood as well. And we're still waiting on Big Blunts as well. These are selected judges. See, this is a beautiful thing. When you let everybody set it up the way they should, it has nothing to do with me. I'm strictly here for checks and balances. Smoke and BVO selected the time. They selected the time frame. They selected the judges. This without instigation. This is purely organic. So when you have it like that, you're going to have people that may not show up. You guys are used to that. You guys have seen that before. This is not foreign. We got guys that pull out of fights all the time. So we'll leave it there, not to suggest that because there could be a family emergency. So we want to give courtesy for that. But what I will do on these fights and debates, I will give 30 minutes because I get here 15 to 10 minutes before. So that's 45 minutes for myself to be waiting. I'll go and give the two debaters 30 minutes from the time that is scheduled. And after that, we'll pivot into something else and talk about how the person didn't show up and all kind of other stuff. So anybody want to jump on and speak their piece, you can do that. The panel is open to have just brief banter back and forth if you guys want.
Yeah, I feel like as a good sportsman, I should first start off by eating crow, right? Because I picked Josh Taylor by knockout. I did have a caveat, though, that if Josh Taylor is 75% of himself that we've used to seeing, then I expect a knockout. I don't think that was 75% of Josh Taylor we've used to seeing, but I'm eating my crow anyway. You guys cook.
All right, there goes Walker.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm not gonna take that from T.O. T.O. shocked me. I had Josh Taylor by stoppage, and T.O. showed out. T.O. was more athletic. T.O. was a better boxer. T.O. got in the zone, was clowning. T.O. put on a performance last night. I'm giving that man all his flowers.
All right, man. Outside of the fight, man, I'm here for the debate. y'all know what it is for me, man. So look, check this out. As a chat member, I am going to be looking for facts, historical pivoting points. I'm also going to be looking for the delivery in which you make your case for your particular fighter, as well as quotes and things of that nature. So, y'all boys bring y'all A game, man. I hope BVO shows up.
All right.
We
Before
don't
I
get
introduce one time, Smoke, one time. I'm going to introduce Wayne Talk. I gotta say this. Hey, Kush, I need you to stay around because if this debate does not take place, I only held the belts as a coach to Smoke and BVO because they scheduled their debate before you. If this does not pop off at 3:30, I need you to come on because I will crown you as the undisputed champion because you completed the first debate and you would have won in the ring. I only didn't give it to you because of respect for getting Smoke, and he was already slated before your debate. But stand by, come on at 3:30, and we will crown you as undisputed champion. That's if BVO don't show up. Wayne Talk is filling in right now. He's going to probably support. So the judges will have to make a pivot. I'll let Smoke give me his pick if this guy show up. Blood hasn't showed up. Big Blunts haven't showed up. Those were the two selected judges by the two combatants. BVO himself hasn't showed up. As of right now, we have Mark Nash, Shelton Moore, the OG, Phil Walker, and Wayne Talk. That's what we have. If BVO shows up, we'll start with those judges, and I'll allow Smoke to kind of have some say on which of the four he would want to be the three judges, right? Go ahead, Wayne Talk. Come on in if you got time.
I just go by the order that linked onto the panel. If Phil doesn't mind being a judge, I'd love to have him.
Okay, cool, no problem. I think he's here for that. Wayne Talk, what's going on with you, Wayne Talk? You on mute? I know you riding around doing your thing, but you on mute. I know you want to get in here and you heard T.O. name, you want to cook on that. Before he started going on a rant and started talking about how much credit that somebody's not giving this guy. First of all, everybody's giving Josh Taylor's credit from an accolade standpoint, okay? I'm just not impressed with his physical performance and his physical output. We're talking about specifically eye test in the ring and skill set and performative outcomes within a sporting event. So I don't want anybody to start to get on here and conflate, talking about keep the same energy and Josh Taylor was undisputed and give him his credit. So that means T.O. Yes, T.O. got to beat the man. Nobody's disputing that at all. So make sure we don't conflate the two. I've never been impressed with Josh Taylor nor T.O. I've been saying that for the last year since YG was on here. I've never been impressed with T.O. I like him being able to galvanize the New York crowd, fighting in Madison Square Garden during Heisman Trophy weekend, and that's because of my attachment to football. So that's what made it extra exciting. I like what he was doing for us, the marketing. All right? Oh, Money Brown, we're going to cook on you real quick. In a positive way, I'm going to give you my opinion about it since we're on my platform. And I'm going to say this while I'm here, Money Brown. Money Brown, I had you win in the debate. And this is why I'm going to say this. If the debate is designed, or a debate is designed to be random in its selection, it is designed for no one to know what is going on, right? It is designed for you to debate a subject even if you disagree with it, correct? Now, I know Money Brown is a Floyd Mayweather fan, and I know your opponent was a Floyd Mayweather fan. You just got the luck of the draw to pick Sugar Ray Leonard. So, as a judge, I would never allow someone to use what we already know about you. I think the playing of the videotape and to suggest that's what got the win and they had you winning up into that, I think that should be omitted if it were me. My interpretation would be, hey, I thought this was supposed to be based on randomization, openness, and catching people off the spot and testing people's knowledge on the spot. Well, how can you do that if you're going to allow people to introduce materials that you already stated and we already know, and you allowed them to use it against the debater. I didn't. That didn't make any sense to me. I think Smoke, you got it right with the judging. All right, Lisa Bells, you said let me cook. What you want to cook on, Lisa? You can hit the link. You can jump in. We got 7 more minutes, man, until we call it a emergency. Okay, Money, you feel the same way? Hey, you can come on and speak your piece, man. I always catch y'all on other platforms. You ain't got to be scared to come on mine. Y'all click everybody else link. Don't be nervous just because we think, most of us, balance of us think Terrence Crawford gonna whoop Earl Spence ass. You ain't got to have the high ground all the time. I come over to enemy territory all the time, Money Brown. Click the link, man. I know you're available. I click your link all the time. I click ETB link. I go abroad to debates. Why y'all scared to come over here and chop it up with Zone 6, man? Yeah. Why y'all?
Let me cook as a person. That's it. Lisa's talking to a person named Let Me Cook.
Okay, I see it. She said, ain't no link. Oh, okay. Money Brown said he pull up because I think you won the debate. I had you win the debate before saying that too, so it ain't like it's no hate or no foul play. I definitely filled my bracket out and said Money Brown. Phil can attest that because he ran the bracket. So I definitely had Money Brown winning. And I had you winning based on your performance, and I agree with Smoke. But again, we were splitting a little, we split hairs.
Yeah, I can contest to that. His bracket did have Money Brown in the championship and the victory. So that's a fact.
Okay, there you go. He pulled up. There you go. What's up, Money Brown?
What's going down? Boy, I'll jump on anybody's panel. I ain't got no problem jumping on nobody's panel.
Oh, no, I ain't challenging you like that. I'm just saying it's a courtesy. I'm happy to have you here, man.
No doubt.
Yeah, I fuck with you, man. I just be like, hey, man, I always jump on y'all stuff. Don't be nervous. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So how you feel, boy? How you feel, man?
I can't complain, man. Taking it easy. Waiting on this Floyd Mayweather shit to kick off.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, on what you were saying, yeah, I feel the same way, bro. Like when everybody know Floyd Mayweather's my goal, I say that shit every other video that I'm playing with Tank or something out there, but it ain't no secret. So if you setting up a debate and is you don't have no choice who you pick, then yeah, that shit shouldn't have flied in the first place. And then even the question was just out of bounds, bro. I didn't even like the third question. I texted him and I told him that shit when he put the question up. You know what I mean? So everybody knew, and I appreciate Smoke for keeping it true, keeping it real, but I still just feel like overall, and I don't want to say shit because they're about to debate the shit, but I just my opinion, right? I just feel like you can't compare the careers when you got a motherfucker in a different belt era than the other one. The last question, in my opinion, should have been who beat who and why. You know what I'm saying? That's the number one question when it comes to Sugar Ray Leonard and Floyd Money Mayweather. Everybody know that shit. And if you're saying you well versed and well schooled in this boxing game, then you should know that as well. And if you don't know that, then you don't need to be acting like you the baddest motherfucker running around in this boxing shit. You see what I'm saying? And that's no slight to nobody, but it's just the facts of the matter, bro. So when I look at the situation, bro, even King G said it. Man, I'm so happy. And King G thought it was supposed to be who go beat who and why. So, it was a cool debate. But even with saying that goddamn the audio is what won and what persuaded, I'm like, okay, man, if that's what they want, I'm not going to be like everybody else throwing temper tantrums and shit like that, make it as if, what I'm saying? It is what it is. They picked it, but, I just feel like that shit was a little fucked up. So you can't put somebody behind the 8 ball and then say that, oh, you winning it, but the audio is the reason why you lost, when the audio shouldn't have meant shit, bro. So I felt the same way, but at the end of the day, I give King G his respect. He did what he's supposed to do with a question like that.
Absolutely. Hey, man, I wanted to take time out while I got you here, man. Congratulations, man, on graduating from school, man. I've been wanting to get you here to say, man, how much I respect you, how much I got love for your money. Don't ever get it twisted. You one of the channels that I absolutely respect and absolutely love, big dog. And I told you, like I said, man, Phil could test this, man. I always say, man, I like Money Brown. I rock with Money Brown. Even though we disagree on some of the boxing politics, I definitely been a fan of the channel and your work. And what, if you don't mind me asking, man, what was your major, man, and where did you graduate from?
Well, this here is just general studies. So we going to school. We go get a degree in. I'm thinking about either English or history. So I ain't really sure right now though. So right now we just going into the big dog school. So this was associates, you know what I'm saying, from St. Louis Community College, which was a good college and shit like that. So now we're gonna go to this D1 and go just pick up some smoke there and do our little thing. So, you know, I'm just moving along, man. Moving. You know how the streets be, on. You from the streets, man. You know, niggas pick up shit and keep it moving and keep your head strong and stay the fuck out the way. You know what I mean? From all the bullshit. So it's just something that we doing. We don't really know what you know what I'm saying, what we gonna do all the way, but we just doing something, bro, just to, you know, just to do something. It ain't just to do something, but, you know, show the little youth that you can do something different. Trying to change my little cousin in murders and shit like that, cause a bunch of killing going on where the fuck I'm from.
That's right. That's right. And listen, man, this is the thing. I talked to Phil. I'm in the process of making the same walk you is, and I'm interdisciplinary studies. My 3 fields of study is going to be African American studies, education, and history. So, bro, I'm cold with the history, so we can politic on that. But I talked to Phil, not to put him out, but Phil and Smoke, those two guys have degrees that I know of. I can't speak to Mark. I just know Mark is from where I'm from. But Phil can give you some advice. I asked Phil about school a lot, and then we talk about school stuff, and then Smoke is a degree holder too, if I'm not mistaken, if they care to speak on that, because sometimes we got to get positivity out. We don't want to talk about boxers all the time. Sometimes we got YouTubers who do good things too. If they care to speak on that, they can.
Yeah, if you are inclined to go to school, you should, right? Most people do better with degrees than outside of it. Like, you will earn more money over your lifetime with a college degree versus without one, even if you have a degree in something that doesn't pertain to your actual profession. Having an education is the foundation for to me, generational wealth. Yeah, that's been the case in my family. So yeah, go get it.
Yeah,
no doubt. Yeah,
nah, man. I'm for me personally, man, I got 2 different degrees. My first one is in business. My second one is in industrial process, and I also have a trade. I'm a licensed professional barber. I'm also an entrepreneur, so I'm well versed in a lot of different avenues. As Zone mentioned, man, we talk about this stuff all the time. You know, I'm a community activist. I do politics in my community. So, you know, man, I'm a busy dude, man. You know what I'm saying? But hey, man, my philosophy is, man, just always put yourself in the position to win, you know, no matter what it is. You know, when you have a family, you have people you got to take care of, you know, life don't stop. So preparation is to me over half the battle. You know what I'm saying? You got to be prepared. And once you prepare for life, then you can put that work in and make sure you follow through with your plans. So, you know, man, I just say, man, good luck to you, brother. Keep grinding. And like I tell people, man, mind your own fucking business, and that's the best philosophy for me personally. And help whoever you can, brother. Keep good people around you. Keep good people around you, man. And as you progress, you make sure they progress with you, bro. Because it ain't easy finding good people, dog. And that's real.
No doubt. Appreciate that, bro. All encouragement is good encouragement, bro. So I appreciate it coming from both ways, for sure.
Yeah, man, this is how we be talking over here, man. Sometimes we feel and be talking, and we talk like this behind the scenes. A lot of people don't know that, but man, we really be talking. We be fucking busting balls on YouTube, but man, we really be doing this kind of stuff right here because we really meet each other. We actually have met each other. We not just like kind of capping and shit like that. You know, we connect with each other all the time.
No, I heard you though, Zone. I be on the same shit though, Zone 4 is the sports, bro. I watch every goddamn thing. I'm talking about from hockey to soccer to college ball to high school ball. Man, I watch every fucking thing, you know what I mean? So I do that shit, you know, to keep the mind strong. But yeah, you know, I'm gonna be writing these goddamn books soon. So, you know, YouTube shit just happened. You know what I'm saying? That shit wasn't even part of design, but this shit just happened. And you know, niggas can just, you know, if you from the streets, man, you can adapt to a whole lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? When you street minded and book smart, you can adapt to a whole lot of shit. And sometimes, you know, you can do some people's jobs better than them. They just pissed off because they do it. They took them X amount of years to do the shit. And sometimes some shit just come naturally to us. You know what I'm saying? So I look at shit like that as well.
Okay, we got Tony Reviews and YB on him. I'm gonna let them get in and introduce themselves, man. If you want to say something positive to the universe and just put it out there, just you can do that as well. Because we always encouraging over here. Smoke, what you got to say?
Before they go, I just want to say, with 3 minutes past. So, like right now, I want to just say the BBO, yeah, you full of it. But the topic is a good one, and I think Boxonologist, the guy that I feel like you were like unjustly, I think that you were unjustly slighted for his victory, has been popping up off my channel talking a whole lot of garbage. Right? Turns out the topic we were supposed to be discussing today was exactly the topic that you guys discussed. So what I'd like to do is so he don't have to do too much more work. Right? You don't have to come by my channel like 4 or 5 times talking crazy. We can do that same topic. And you can just slide in the BBO place, BBO spot, Boxonologist, and we can squash whatever the hell's going on. We can have Kush get his crown, enjoy it, do his victory lap, and then Boxonologist. Yeah, we could. It's nothing, right? For me, you don't have to do no extra studying. Like you said, you beat the guy that beat me, and all whatever the hell it was you're talking about. I'm contradicting myself, and I'm not on your level. Yeah, come embarrass me.
But let me tell y'all this, because let me tell y'all this. I'm gonna let these guys go, and I'm gonna cook on all that shit right there. I'm gonna tell you who really. Go ahead, Tony. You got the floor, and then Young Billy, you got it. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this. I feel like I would have won the damn competition, to be honest. But Monty's here. First time talking to you, Monty. How you doing?
What's going down, bro?
So, man, I still want to debate you, my dude. It could be the same topic or completely new. It does not matter. I don't know if they told you, but it pissed me off. Whenever I was boxing, when I was debating Boxiano, somebody on that StreamYard dropped a virus into my computer and fucked it over. I told Knockout that, showed him proof by video evidence, and said that I was not going to risk another one of my devices getting hacked to continue the debate. So that's why I pulled out. But if you still want to do a debate, we can do that.
Yeah, so somewhere down the line we can do it. Right now I'm doing a whole lot of other shit, bro. So I'm just sitting back enjoying a few debates. But most definitely, I'll debate you somewhere down the line.
Okay, that sounds solid. Okay, so Tony Reviews, we got you, we got it, and then Get the Smoke. You want Boxologists on this same subject? That's a good one, and the same rules will apply. You guys get to set up. You got complete control. That same courtesy will be for Money Brown when he get time with Tony Reviews. You guys get to set it up, select your judges. There's no jurisdiction or cap on minds. You can bring whatever judges you guys agree on here. I don't do none of that. I'm just here to provide balance. You won't even get my opinion on that debate because I got to stay neutral. YB, man, come on in here. That's my big dog. What's up, man?
Hey, man, appreciate the support. Zone, my boy Monty B. Phil, what's up? Texas in the building. Get the Smoke. Nash, what's up with you, Tony? Everybody on the panel, salute, man. But yeah, I can't wait to see this debate, man. That's why I'm here. I want to see my boy Smoke shine on it, because I'm a big Ray Leonard fan. I'm a big Floyd fan. So this debate is just intriguing, and I want to see how you guys judge it, and also the talking points that you guys come with. But yeah, Zone, man, I'm supporting what you got going on, champ.
My brother, YB.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Hey, YB, I know you out here by where I'm at, man. I'm gonna get up with you. We doing something on Juneteenth for the kids, giving out scholarships and everything. So I'll get up with you.
All right, champ. Yeah. Just let me know. I'm gonna leave my contact info in the private chat, man.
Bet.
All right. Let me speak on this debate history, man. First of all, like I told you, Smoke, and now that you're here, first of all, I beat the whole panel that was up there except Monty Brown and KQKC. First of all, Boxologist, I've been twisted his plats a long time ago. He still got a bone in his ass because I beat him on Pacquiao and Mayweather Legacy debate on 7/8 channel, and that's a pro Mayweather channel, so you know what it is. He been crying about that for the longest. Second of all, Knockout 86, I beat the host of the whole tournament. So getting him, I don't know how that's a fucking treat. BFTB deleted a whole thing off Dub platform where I twisted him up. We was setting up a debate. He didn't know Sugar Ray Robinson did not fight in 68 or 154. He didn't even know the division didn't exist. So I twisted him up so bad in preparation for the debate. They deleted it, rightfully so, because that's their homeboys. So that's a no. And then we already saw what happened to you. Even though we contest that, we'll leave that alone. So as I'm concerned, I beat the whole panel. And boxologists, truth be told, most of the stuff that he beat y'all with comes from the round table. I'm the Jamal Charlo fan in the crew. He's Andrade. And Phil is an advocate for Jamel. So the whole Jamel and Andrade ducking, Phil been twisted his potato. I twisted the potato all the time on the whole Jamal because I like Jamal. So everything that he saw in the debate, he had already had those conversations off wax with us. Sugar Ray Leonard and Floyd Mayweather. He already had a debate with me live in HD, Pacquiao versus Floyd Mayweather. So he regurgitated the same shit. And then Boxing Brain Talk is a Sugar Ray Leonard fan. He and boxologists have debated Sugar Ray Leonard and Floyd Mayweather on multiple occasions, dog. So everything in that debate, he was already prepared for. That's why I had sent him the text message and said, hey, dog, get in the tournament, come up the rear, they're not going to see you. So this whole like declaration that he's this theatrical debater, man, please. And he could come over here anytime and we can do what we do behind the scenes anytime. Me, Phil, Rollo, Wayne Talk. He ain't going to do nothing but cry and say that everybody's against him. But since he's running around like he's a monster, I guess, we'll see if he even accepts your debate, Smoke. That's my thing.
Yeah, I think he was talking about his streak in the knockout tournament and that he had to go through D-Free and D-Free knocked me off, right? So I think that's what he was referring to, but I could be wrong. I don't know about all the ins and outs. That's how I interpreted when he was talking about his run through the tournament. But regardless of that whole thing, like that's cool that, you know, randomization and you can get some gotcha moments that actually flaunt the problems with the tournament. But what we're going to do, though, is we're going to get to the bottom of actual knowledge. Like your knowledge of a topic, your ability to actually debate either cordially or not, whatever. And then we'll put it to the people, right? What the people have to say about it on the day of and then for posterity. But like all I'm saying is my man is kicking my tires. He's, ambushing my streams and shit, coming in, being loud and obnoxious and all that shit. Just because he got to win, you got to do all that shit. Just accept the challenge. It's the same topic you already know. Apparently, you're well versed on the topic, on the subject. So there should be every question should be coming to you like a softball, super slow, underhanded pitch.
I just want to say for the record, Zone, me and you have never debated. Not saying I could beat you or you would beat me, but we've never debated. And also for the record, I'm the only one in that entire tournament that 3-0'd everybody I went up against until I got a virus dropped into my computer. So, it took somebody hacking me to get me out of it because nobody could beat me legitimately.
Well, you got your hands full. You saying you want Bruce Lee with Jay Cotto. So you got to fight.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm a dog walk there.
Yeah, and then you just challenge Money Brown. So, Tony, you got to slow down. You got to get your priorities together, man. You can't fight all these wars.
Zone. You got to understand, me and Monty were supposed to go for the semifinals. I
understand that, but you got to you start barking up this tree, this shit will fall on you. So I'm just saying, hey, listen, one thing about me, don't get it twisted now. Like I said, man, y'all went into a tournament with a dude who I beat, and I beat his sidekick. So I'm not worried about none of that. And I'm not debating no preconceived. I'm not going to debate no subjects where y'all can play like y'all don't know where. I'm debating legacy every time. Foregone conclusions. So you're going to really have to get in your bag with me. And listen, I'm going to say this. Somebody asked you, somebody talking about Mike Tyson. Can y'all remember that Mike Tyson really too much of shit in the 90s? Like all the Undisputed runs in the 21 years old, that was in the 80s. So when somebody bring that to your front door, go slap that shit out the paint and refer them to real history. Don't let them trick y'all. He didn't fight Larry Holmes in the 90s. Mike Tyson spent 4 years in prison in the 90s. He got a rape charge in the 90s, and he got the ear bite fight with Holyfield and got stopped by Holyfield. Riddick Bowe threw the belt in the trash. Lennox Lewis got knocked out by 2 journeymen. And then they keep hitting y'all with that he beat every opponent that he beat. See, that's the shit we already twisted the man up on a long time ago. You see, so like I said, man, y'all gotta get your stuff together, man. Before you, I take one, but it can't be on this platform though, because I want it to be neutral.
No, he didn't like the fact that I gave Bunny the Sugar Ray Robinson round, the first round, and he wanted to know, how, by what metric did I have him winning? I loved Moni's speed and power and size argument, as opposed to whatever the hell that dude was talking about. I don't even remember what it is right now. I think like 20 points of bullshit, right? But yeah, I asked him, who was the Tommy Hearns on Floyd's resume, and my man told me Diego Corrales. So,
yeah.
Whenever you feel like you want to step up to the plate, boxologist, whenever you don't have to, we can do this, man. We can bring your judges, whatever.
Hold on, Smoke. That man did not say Diego Corrales.
Yeah, he said Diego Corrales, man. In a conversation about size, not I get you the height part, but like, what's up with the Tank Davis arms?
Yeah, he gonna say that. I agree with that, Smoke. He said it all the time. See, I told you we already debated. I will say this though, we gonna pivot from this to debate talk. You guys have set it up. Kush, if you can get in here so I can crown you as the champion because you did win your debate, and we finna open this thing up, man. We finna talk about this boxing shit, man. If y'all want to do some football or something else, we can do that. We got Big Phil walk on here, get the smoke. We got YB on here. We got everybody. There's somebody on here today. So I want to go ahead and capture some good content. So Kush, if you could come on in and hit the link, I'm gonna crown you as the champion because BVO is a no-show. And what we're going to do is talk about this boxing. So Wayne, whoever spin the block on the Josh Taylor, the Hummy Mangia fight. What you guys' thoughts are on that?
I'll say this real quick. I heard some dead face. Let me jump in and say this. Zone, man, we gotta have some consequences and repercussions, my brother. Like for these niggas ducking a debate like this, bro. Like, this almost an hour late. This is total disrespect, classless, no order. Like, my man, you get an opponent to show up. The host set up the date and the time. Well, y'all set up the date and the time. The host taking out the time today to do the shit. You get 3 judges ready. You get a moderator. So you got the host, your opponent,
and don't forget about the cash prize too.
3 judges, a moderator, chat full of people that's ready to see the shit, and you are no call, no show. Like, come on, man. That's total disrespect, no class. Like, I don't like that, bro. That's not fair to everybody else who set aside this shit, bro. Like, I see why people be putting money up, because I guess if you put a deposit down or something, you have something to lose. But right now, somebody got some background noise. But you ain't got nothing to lose. Like, you just out here selling wolf tickets. Like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. You show up and then nothing, bro. You don't even show up. No call, no show. Total disrespect. No class. BVO. I'm very disappointed in you, bro. I'm very disappointed in you. But I'll digress. I am total disappointed. I cannot believe this guy ain't showing up.
Well, give him grace, man. Give him grace. Give him some.
As long as he's alive. You know what I'm saying? God forbid he's alive. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If I was to find out he got in a bad car accident, I get that.
Yeah, because you never know.
That's the kicker. He called smoke out.
Hold on for a second. I got somebody. Listen, man, this guy don't see eye to eye all the time, but I'm finna give him respect today because we might have one now. I don't know if he's gonna come on and say he ready, so I want everybody to understand. Boxologist, that's how I know him. He probably finna come in here. I gotta give him a chance to talk his shit and respond to the shit we talking. So Smoke, Mark, we might have one, but let's see if King G ready on the spot. Let's find out and let these guys work this out. Let's go. Boxologist, you got the floor. Everybody mute. Go ahead. Go ahead and speak, Boxologist.
Yeah, the champ is here. All I hear on this motherfucker is a bunch of sore losers in this bitch. Why everybody crying and whining about me, bro? I'm doing my thing. People calling me, saying niggas is bringing me up, sounding butthurt in the motherfucker. Get the smoke, you lying ass nigga. I've been on your page one time, bro. One time, and you was on that bitch for 11 hours, and everybody stopped by your shit that day, bro. And I just asked you a question from your perspective, dog. And I told you there, my nigga, if you really wanted it, nigga, you would have beat D Free to get to me, nigga. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, nigga. Hey, Zone 6. At the end of the day, my nigga, I don't fuck with you, nigga. You didn't win that fucking debate, nigga. The fucking judge, it was set up where nigga 78 opted out to be a judge, and the fucking chat was gonna be a judge, and we counted the fucking chat to see who fucking won the third judge shit, nigga. I had to chat by a long shot, bro. Nigga, you ain't beat me in no form of debate, nigga. I ain't fucking getting my shit from ain't no nigga. I'm gonna be clear. Ain't no motherfucker on this phone, on this panel, help me with my debate shit. When I bodied all them niggas in that tournament, I did that shit myself. I did the research myself. I didn't ask for no fucking help. It wasn't no regurgitated shit. None of that, all that shit is bullshit, nigga. Ain't nobody cook me in no motherfucking formal debate, nigga. All I do is cook niggas in formal debates.
You cut out, man. We want to get your whole testimony.
If you want the shit, then do what the fuck if you want the shit, do what the fuck I did. Take your ass to a fucking debate tournament. Go in there blind.
Hey, you had cut out. We trying to hear you clearly. Just slow down a little bit, man. You got the floor. We trying to hear you. You had cut out. Go ahead. What you say? Start.
What I'm saying is, like I told everybody on KO channel, nigga, because there ain't everybody talking about like they the goods. They ain't really the goods, nigga. Take your ass on a blind motherfucking debate tournament, nigga. When you going in blind, you don't know the questions. You can't pick your fighters. I didn't pick nobody. I would have picked Andrade and would have cooked him that way. If I would have picked Holmes, I would have cooked him that way. If I would have picked Leonard, I would have cooked him that way. It didn't matter who I picked, nigga. I was gonna cook them regardless, nigga. Y'all niggas saying y'all want to debate? Prove your motherfucking self. Ain't nobody proved a motherfucking thing. I'm the champ, nigga. I'm the champ that beat the champ that beat the champ, the man that beat the man that beat the man. Ain't nobody fucking with me in this debate shit. I proved myself. Y'all can talk all this shit, but until you prove yourself and go through a fucking a goddamn a run like I did, nigga, I don't want to hear a motherfucking thing. Stop bringing my goddamn name up.
Well, we here now.
I just want to say, hold on. So I just want to say, first and foremost, hold on, no. But I want to respond to something he said. First and foremost, ain't nobody. Hold on, that's cool. We can get you on the playback. Okay, I'm gonna say this. First and foremost, ain't nobody motherfucking beat me but the motherfucker who dropped the virus in my computer. Number two, he lied right there. He just told a fucking lie because I told him to his fucking face he signed his own grave in the finals because he picked Mayweather. I told him, thank you for the fucking gift, and I would love to see him in the finals until my shit got hacked. So don't even come up here and act like you didn't pick who the fuck you wanted because you did. And I'll debate you anytime you want. So you ain't gotta hold on. You ain't gotta lose no money, boxologist debating me. You already got your money. I'll debate you for free because I'm the only one, and I'll keep saying it. I'm the only one that didn't lose a fucking round.
Let me say this. This debate should go to a lot of niggas' head, right? Now, I don't have no problem with being a W in a debate, right? But you niggas gotta quit acting like because y'all win a debate or y'all thinking y'all this, that, and the third, that you niggas become motherfucking Tony Montana on top of the motherfucking world or something, right? Because at the end of the day, it's all to educate, right, and to prepare. So if you did something and you had a good opportunity at doing it, bro, salute to you, right? That's why I didn't say shit to do or didn't make it out to be or he did this, right? I gave him his credit straight up and down, none of that shit. But don't keep making like because you niggas into this debate shit that it puts you niggas on the level so far that you niggas are just motherfucking boxing aficionados now that y'all know every goddamn thing. Because this is the age of the internet, right? Everybody can go motherfucking look up some shit and learn about every fighter that's out there if you do your research well and thoroughly, bro. Period. So you niggas ain't getting away with shit. But it's a good thing that you come on here and show that you got knowledge of the game and you get respect about that shit. But don't come on talking shit and then jump off and run like you niggas just, I'm King Joffrey Joe, because you still the same motherfucker that you was. You know what I'm saying? When you shut this goddamn internet down, man. So don't let you come on and talk your shit. Stay your ass here and take it. Don't give it and then run. Like Floyd say, if you're able to give it, you got to be able to take it. So stay your ass here and don't run.
I've been dealing with this for years. Man. That's boxology. Y'all just, hey, like Smoke say, bless his heart.
Yeah, exactly, man. What the hell? My man, he came on to my channel one day. It was one day, but how many times during that day did you come here to talk about your funky ass win? I don't know how the first annual means that you're good in perpetuity. It's not like this is some old ass fucking tournament that people been doing for years, motherfucker. This is the first time it ever happened, and this is the thing that gasses your head about. If you want to hide behind what somebody else's work is, some triangle theory shit, like you don't have to do no work because somebody else put in work. Okay,
Well, so we'll do this. He said this is a request, and we're gonna keep cooking on boxing because we know, me, Phil, and Wayne, we talk about this all the time, and they hear we don't want to waste too much time on him. He said leave him out of it. So I know we was reviewing it, so we'll just leave him out of it. But he didn't accept your challenge though. That's what I noticed, and he won't jump back on here and accept your challenge, Smoke, nor Tony reviews, because both of you guys got a good point. We're not gonna murk up the waters about King G, the boxologist, and his whatever he thinks. So man, what y'all got on that Josh Taylor? What y'all got on my gear? What y'all got on the previous fights? And what y'all got on that Earl Spence? What y'all got, man? Let's talk this boxing talk.
McGee trash. He's no different than Zerto. He's a make-believe, boosted up, I can beat cab drivers and boxers at the end of the career fighter. Oscar's using him to get a 50-0 to beat Mayweather's record. That's what he wanted to do with Zerto. And then he made a mistake by stepping Zerto up, and he got exposed for the trash he is. So, Jaime Munguia, I've never been big on him. I've never seen any talent. The dude's trash. He'll get beat by any type of elite that he fights, as long as they're not way past it. As far as Teal goes, he looked great. Surprised me, shocked me. I was wrong. Give him all the credit in the world. He looked good. For the first time, we saw him patient. He didn't rush the action. He was counterpunching on point. His defense was great, the best I've ever seen it. And he took the will from Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor did not want to continue that fight. He gave up. You could see it, that he was going through the motions, but the intensity was gone. He got tamed in the middle of that ring. And then I forget what the other one was. Who else did you bring up?
Spencer Crawford.
Oh, that's going to be the dog fight. That's the biggest fight in boxing, in my opinion. I hope because we're getting it much later, like Pacquiao Mayweather. So I hope it is the dog fight that it should be. But I slightly favor Spence in that fight. I think when Spence starts to work that body of Terrence that's never been worked before, and he comes with a constant pressure, and then Bud starts so slow and can get down the first 3 or 4 rounds, I just think he'll be too far down on the cards unless he knocks Spence out. That's the only way I see him beating him.
I kind of mimic everything Tony Review said, besides we getting the fight a little late, like Pacquiao and Floyd. I think we're getting the fight at the right time. You know what I mean? But for us, the Jaime Munguia shit, I thought Derevchenko was fit to stop his ass, bro. So I give him credit for, weathering the storm, because, Derevchenko was more skillful. He ain't had too much power, but he just showed that he outskilled Jaime Munguia, and, that knockdown saved his ass. But, I like to give Derevchenko a little credit, man, because a lot of people counting him out and said, he was washed in this, that, and the third. He put up a hell of a fight. He put up a hell of a fight. Jaime Munguia, he pulled it out at the end. For us, T.O., man, the same shit Tony said. Man, look, I don't know how many motherfuckers probably picked T.O. to win the fight because of the mental statement that he was in and the shit that he was talking. But he kind of surprised me with the right off the back. I said, God damn, T.O. poised in a motherfucker. I'm like, this nigga just looking patient. He poised, he's smiling, he feeling good. The counter shots on point. The defense could have been a little better, but it was better than I gave him credit for, right? Footwork was on game. He was still lunging and doing shit that I thought he was trying to force. I seen him get a little winded down the stretch, but I thought he took the fight from Josh Taylor as well. I thought Josh Taylor, once I see you mimicking what your opponent do, they throw their hands in the air, you throw your hands in the air, they bop you, you bop him back. I said, oh yeah, he in his head. You know what I'm saying? He got his head. He could have stopped. If he'd have focused on the body a little bit more and pressed, he could have probably stopped Josh Taylor in that fight or dropped him. You know what I mean? So, hell of a performance by T.O. Man. I give him all the credit in the world. I still think sometimes he go too far over the hedge. Oh, I'm a two-time undisputed world champ. No, motherfucker. Josh Taylor had one scrap. Regarding the politics, or you can't say none of that shit. The other titles he didn't have. Titles get taken away all the time. He was off for a year and some change. You went in there and beat Josh Taylor. I give him credit for it. You know what I'm saying? I think he fight to the level of his opponent at times. We've seen what he did with Lomachenko and Josh Taylor. He stepped it up against Kambosos. I don't know. He really thought he was the fucking king, tried to knock the man out in one round. He paid for that shit. And then the 2 fights at 140, they want the best performances, but, he got the job done. And when he stepped up to the big stage like this in Loma, he looked damn good. So, I think he need to continue to stay on the road that he's on. We'll see what he do after this. I think his ego sometimes get his ass in trouble as well. So we'll see how that turn out for him. Then when it comes to Earl and Bud, man, gonna be one hell of a scrap. The fight of the year, I got it as the fight of the year. I got Earl Spence winning that motherfucker out. It's gonna be a hell of a dog fight. I don't see nobody getting knocked out, right? A lot of people keep saying they see Spence getting knocked out. Like my man ain't built for punishment. And then a lot of people say they saying Bud getting knocked out. I think Bud, if he want to survive the fight, he can survive the fight. But I just think it's gonna be that dog fight at the end, and I think that motherfuckers go dog it from the 8th to the 12th, and I think EJ go get that bitch in the championship round. I think it's gonna be one hell of a fight, and I think we can get the rematch. So I think we're in for a hell of a few months of boxing, man.
I'll go next, man. As far as Munguia and Derevyanchenko, I could see why they're moving Munguia the way that they're moving him. But like everybody said about Derevyanchenko, looked like he turned back the clock a little bit, and this was his first fight at 68, and he's already a smaller man in there. You get what I'm saying? But he gave Triple G all he can handle. Some people thought it could have went either way. With Jamal Charlo, that was a hell of a fight. So he hasn't been in any boring fights. Even with Danny Jacobs, it was a good fight. So this guy has been in there with the top guys. So I believe that Munguia knockdown, that if he didn't get that knockdown in the 12th, I would have had it Derevyanchenko's way. I feel like that knockdown saved the fight. But I do believe it was one of the fights of the year. To be honest, for the drama that was involved in that fight from round 1 through 12, it was insane. T.O. looked on point. There's a lot of people that thought he's going to get stopped, beat up. And one thing I'm not going to do is take away that he is a 2-division champion. He's a lineal champion at 140 now because he beat the guy that had the lineal belt, the ring belt. So I will say he's a 2-time lineal champion in 2 different divisions in 20 fights. So no matter what you say about the guy, no matter how he's been looking, no matter all the crazy stuff he says, which I don't agree with, credit belongs to where credit is due. So I will give him his credit for his performance last night. He beat 2 guys that were on the pound-for-pound list in his career already in 20 fights. Whether people believe Loma or Josh Taylor should be there, they were. So yeah, man, that's pretty accomplished for a guy with 20 fights. So I got to give him his credit. And there was people that told me he'll never be champion again. He's a champion again. So he looked poised. He looked calm in there. To me, Josh Taylor was confused by the athleticism. I didn't think that he had. I mean, after round 3, you could see that he didn't have an answer for the athleticism, the speed, the reflexes. And if T.O. is focused like that, he's a problem at 140 for any of them. I just believe that. And then I'll say about Crawford Spence, it's a hell of a fight. May the best man win. We talk about it so much, Zone. We spoke on it yesterday. We speak on it every day. So I feel like Spence is going to be too active. I feel like Bud has a great chance of stopping him. I mean, or hurting him early. But if Errol takes his best shot, I just see Errol Spence out working him to a decision. And I think the rematch will be even better. Yeah, that's me.
All right, let me slide in real quick. BVO just showed up. Maybe there's a miscommunication. Hey, BVO, did you get the times crossed or anything like that? What's going on, man? We waiting on you for the debate.
No, what happened is I hit Smoke on Instagram. I hit Smoke in the comments. I told him I didn't know when it was starting, so that's my fault.
Okay, all right. Well, you take accountability. Yeah. You ready now, though?
Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
You sure? Because we this for Undisputed now. But you about to get somebody else's crown. Are you sure you ready? Is everything good?
I'm ready, man.
All right. So we don't have. This is what we're gonna do. You and Smoker here. You see this all-star panel right here. I'm going to allow you guys. We already got Mr. Shelton here, and we got Nash here to help me as the question commenter, right? Now, between these guys that's on here, I will allow you guys to pick the other 2 judges that you want. You got Big Phil Walker here. You got Money Brown. You got Tony Reviews. You got YB, and you got Wayne Talk if they're available. So I'll allow you guys to select those guys so we can get to work if you want to. It's up to y'all.
One thing, I got 2 questions. One is the time constraints for people, and the other question is, do you guys want to reschedule this thing?
No, I'm good. I'm open. I mean, I know Phil is here. I know Shelton is ready. You. What you say? Hey, BVO, you got feedback. I don't know if you got 2 things planned. Can you mute yourself? Okay, he good. Okay, I'm good. Smoke, are you good? And BVO said they're good. Let's start with that. Are you 2 good?
Are we still doing? Do we still have 2 hours for this thing? Are we now pressed for time?
No, listen. No. I'm asking you. I'm comfortable. I'm good. I'm a ball. I can do what I want to do. I'm good for you guys here. I'm flexible. I'm asking you. I gotta ask you. Are you good? Yeah, that's
I'll
the
make it good. I'll make it good. It's all good. Let's do it. If everyone
BVO.
can.
Okay, let's go. We got it, Smoke. You got your BVO. Are you good?
I'm good to go.
Okay. Show you still good to go to be a judge?
Oh yeah, I'm good. Let's do it.
Okay.
If they want me, it's up.
It's all you already been selected, so you're locked. Phil, do y'all want Phil to be a judge? And does Phil have the time? And then we'll ask Money the same thing, and Tony, and we'll ask YB. Who do y'all want to be the other two judges between y'all two? Who we got on the panel?
If Money or YB want to judge and they have time for it, I'm happy to hear. I'm happy for both of them.
Okay, BVO, do you agree with that, or do you want to select maybe Phil or Tony or something outside of that? Who do you got, BVO? Are you comfortable with those two guys?
No, I'm good with Phil too. I'm good with Phil too.
Yeah, the only thing is you got to make sure that Smoke is not talking to the judges. That's the only thing.
Yeah, we got this. I just need to make sure. Okay, so Phil is good, and then
actually, Big Blunts I think is in the chat.
Okay, Big Blunts, we waiting for you. We waiting for you then. Big Blunts, he can come on here then. That'll be the second judge. But I need you guys to come up with a third one between Money, Phil, YB, Money, Phil. Do you guys have time to judge?
Nah, I ain't gonna have time. I can listen in, but I already know I'm gonna have family members coming through this bitch. And I don't want to distract. I don't want nobody to have shit.
Okay,
I got time, and Phil said he has. Phil, do you have time?
Okay, so listen, they will do.
Yeah, Money. I mean, yeah. If y'all wanna, it just depends, man. Like I said, I'm here. If there's just room for one more judge, YB, you can take it, or I can take it. It don't matter. Whatever the two contestants do.
Okay, it looked like so we got YB and we got Big Blunts, and we'll have Shelton Moore, and we'll have Nash here. So Tony Reviews, man, say your last piece. We're gonna let you go ahead and listen to it. And Money Brown, we know you got family respect, man. We love you. Congratulations on your associate's degree, big dog. Say what you got to say on your way out.
Who are the two debating?
Man, I appreciate you, Zone. You know it's all love. We've been going back and forth for a while now. These motherfuckers just don't know that shit though. Right. But it's all love and just man, y'all have a good debate, man. I'm gonna be in the back checking it out. Shouts out to everybody, man, that's sending love this way. But just look, if you win a debate, man, stay normal and stay calm. These niggas win debate zone. These motherfuckers turn into motherfucking superstars, celebrities. These niggas got bodyguards and shit. These niggas motherfucking turn into billionaires, and we can't talk to them unless we talk to their assistant. Like, nigga, would you stay normal, nigga? You know what I mean? God damn. You feel me? But, come on, man. Come on. I'm just saying, man, niggas whole demeanor changing shit. I see niggas switching up left and right on my goddamn win over debate. But it's all love, man. I'm gonna be tuned in, man. Zone continue to run it, and you know, good shit. YB, do your thing, YB. Joe Machoki.
All right. Good day, Money. Good day. Money is a fool, but he said motherfucker gotta talk to their sisters. All right, Tony Reviews, go ahead and clean it up, man. Say what you got to say, issue what you got to issue out, and we're gonna go ahead and get this panel cleaned up for this debate. Go ahead, Tony, you got the flow.
Who are the two people debating? That's all I want to know.
Get the Smoke versus BVO. Get the Smoke has Sugar Ray Leonard, and BVO has Floyd Mayweather Jr. Legacy debate.
I'm gonna leave on this. I'll listen from the sideline. I just want to hear Smoke lose because I know he is. But I'll catch y'all another time. Y'all have a good day.
All right. Have a good day. All right. So we down to the panel. The panel is cleaned up. Up at the top, we got the OG Shelton Moore. That is a judge. YB is a judge. Phil Walker is a judge. And Nash TV is going to be able to ask questions in the chat. Or let me ask you a question. Phil and Nash, would you like to switch roles? Nash, would you just like to be a full-on judge with YB and Shelton? If that's good with them, and then Phil, you just do the questions from the chat kind of thing, because I know you pretty solid at that.
I like it the way it is. I like it the way it is.
Okay, you like it where it is. Okay, Phil.
Where's Big Blunt? Where is it? As soon as Big Blunt gets here.
Yeah, we went on Big Blunts. right. So Nash, we got you, and Phil, you'll jump out because we'll have big blunts.
Hey, Smoke said that shit real quick. I like it the way it is. I don't want Mark Nash judging shit for me.
Okay. So what Big Blunt said though, he got to get in here though. Let me put the link in again. I don't know what's the.
Hey, YB.
Yo.
Hey, you know we still on, right?
For sure.
Okay.
Tony Reviews can't judge shit for me, man. Get the hell out of here.
Who is that? That's Uncle Sheldon. Hey, Uncle Sheldon, are we still on for that 100 on that TO that he would never be champion? Are we still on that?
Oh, we on for that. I got to get you that.
Yeah, you gotta hit that cash app. You told me to never win a belt.
You said that? I know
Hey, check out. This is what we got. We got to kind of move this and get this started because Big Blunt said he somebody got feedback. Can you mute real quick so we can get it started? All right. Big Blunt said. Hold for a second. Big Blunt said that he wants somebody else to judge for him. So let's get this clear between you guys. Who are the three judges? Is it Shelton, Phil, and YB? Are those the three judges?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so y'all good with that. All right, man, we finna go ahead and get started then. Let's go ahead. Y'all get your water, get ready. Let's get ready to get started. Hold on. Let's set everything right. All right, we got the names up there. Everybody good to go. Let's take this off. All right, fellas. Everybody ready?
Let's do it.
All right, BVO, it's on you.
Hold on 1 second. I didn't hear nothing you just said. You said it again. I just missed everything.
It's on you. The judge is Shelton Moore. Okay. Phil Walker and YB. And it's on you. You already lost a coin flip. Smoke won it, and you're going first. Opening, you get to rebut the opening. Then you guys get to retort each other in the second leg or second round. At the conclusion of picking each other apart, going back and forth with open dialogue, the three judges will ask questions for clarity on this subject matter. I also have Mark Nash here, who will be acting as a person who will ask questions just outside of the judge as a chat representative. I will not ask any questions. I will not interfere. I am here strictly for balance. That's why I have Mark Nash here to speak and ask questions that would be asked, right? So you guys do your thing. I'm just here to keep the peace. It is on you, BVO. It's on you. Before we start, do anybody have any questions? Do anybody have any issues before we start this debate? Because this will be for the Undisputed crown, and it is for $50 if you want it, obviously. So these are for all the belts. So Smoke, your opponent showed up, and you get to have your wish. You get to become undisputed if you win today.
I have one question. Does BVO know the format?
Yes.
All right.
Well, I'll ask you this. So you said opening statements. Are we just giving like an opening argument about what we think about why fighters have the better legacy? Stuff like, is that how it works? We talking about opening statement?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. It's opening statement, and you're gonna go first. Then Smoke will come behind you, give his opening. You get to listen, and then you get to retort his opening statement, and he gets to retort yours. Once you guys conclude that, I will pin it and let you guys naturally flow into a dialogue between the two of you about everything you said in the opening and the retort. At the conclusion of that, the three judges, YB, Shelton Moore, the OG, and Phil Walker, will ask you guys questions. Once they conclude, then I will pass it to Mark Nash, and I will read questions out of the chat. Then we will ask those to you guys. I will read the questions out of the chat, and Mark will just ask general questions that he have to make sure that there's clarity and no stones left unturned what you guys was talking about. That way there's no confusion, right? and then you guys will conclude with a closing statement. You good to go?
All right, good to go.
All right, let's go ahead. It's on you.
All right, man. Salute to everybody being in here. This is my first debate. But I'll say this. When we're talking about Floyd, Joy, Mayweather Jr., we're talking about probably the third greatest fighter of all time. We got to remember Floyd also beat 16 straight former champions. Floyd is one of those rare guys who actually had a couple different careers. His first career as Pretty Boy Floyd, we seen Floyd take on challenges that he had no business taking on. You know, we look at a lot of fighters now, we give him a lot of credit for taking fights. But there was a time when Floyd was fighting guys, he was like, why is he ready for this guy? But that being said, Floyd actually came all the way. He always considered himself a 126 pounder. That's what he always considered himself. But to be a 5-division champion, you know, going up in his later career when his hands were no good, to be able to go to 147 and become dominant. We talking about beating the likes of guys like Miguel Cotto, Canelo Alvarez, you know, Andre Berto, you know, a lot of people, you know, Robert the Ghost Garcia off one of his best wins. And one of the things you can say that people can't say about Sugar Ray Leonard is Sugar Ray Leonard didn't fight guys off their best performance, off their best showing, off their best performance. There never's been a time that Floyd, other than I kind of always I say Floyd is 49-0 because I don't count that Conor McGregor fight, but there really hasn't been a guy who's fought everybody. There hasn't been a guy who looked to get the toughest challenge. There wasn't a guy who was at 2 divisions away from Oscar De La Hoya and say, hey, Oscar, I want to fight you at 147. And then not only do that, fought him at 154, so Oscar didn't come into their dream not feeling well like he did against Manny Pacquiao. And all Floyd ever asked for was for a clean boxing program. We know about his things outside the ring, but as far as a boxing career, I don't think you can say there was a better boxing career. Because everybody that Floyd fought that people thought was, you know, would make wars with, like Manny Pacquiao had wars with, you know, different guys, and Floyd beat him easy. So it's just when we're talking about Floyd Mayweather, I mean, I think people got to understand this is probably the greatest, you know, in my opinion, the greatest lightweight to ever fight. And that'll just be my opening statement on that. It goes to you, Smoke.
Smoke is on you. That's his opening.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Having a little bit of delay on my computer, but yeah. So, man, and when talking about Sugar Ray Leonard's legacy, I think you have to start at the 1976 Olympics. One of the greatest Olympic boxing teams ever assembled, if not the best, like maybe top 2, if not number 1. And, you know, Sugar Ray Leonard's performance in it was spectacular. He went up against a guy, a Cuban guy who that guy's legacy was even stellar. He wound up, you know, getting a gold medal in the next Olympic Games against John the Beast Mugabe. And before that, at the Pan American Games, he beat Mike McCallum for the gold medal in the Pan American Games. So that's the guy that Sugar Ray Leonard was going up in his gold medal round. Nobody gave them a chance to win. When you say that Sugar Ray Leonard never went up against a guy coming off his best performance, well, it started off with his gold medal run because that guy knocked out everybody on his way to the gold medal round. And Sugar Ray Leonard was supposed to be the next guy to get knocked out by the Cuban star, right? But it didn't go that way. We had Sugar Ray Leonard, you know, getting the gold medal, you know, famously supposed to retire, but his family had family issues, went pro. And even going pro, his legacy had continued. He didn't sign, you know, a multi-fight deal with promoter. No, he got with a lawyer. He got with an attorney. He made deals specifically with different promoters for different fights. He made deals directly with the network. When you think of Sugar Ray Leonard, what you think of is legendary nights in boxing. When we talk about legacy, and you know, we're talking about not just what's on a person's resume, but that impact on what that did throughout boxing, right? And so when it comes to Sugar Ray Leonard, it's just legendary night after legendary night. Yeah, you're gonna throughout our back and forth, you're gonna hear some of the best that ever laced him up in the specific divisions and what Sugar Ray Leonard did to him. For me, it's very simple. Sugar Ray Leonard as a fighter was, miles ahead of Floyd Mayweather in terms of opposition and in terms of like legendary nights. As a commentator, his impact on the sport is continuing even to this day. You're gonna hear about fight of the year after fighter of the year. Challenges that you say that nobody did. Yeah, we'll get all into that thing. But from my round at the end of it, you'll see that Sugar Ray Leonard's career, right, his legacy, both as a fighter, as a commentator, and as a commentator together, dwarfs that. We can even get into some of the fights he promoted, and how that impacts not just Floyd's specific legacy, but boxing in general. That's my opener.
BVO, it's time for you to transition into your rebuttal to his opening. So you. Yo, BVO, it's on you.
All right, can you hear me now? Sorry about that.
Yes,
so
sir.
When we talking about Sugar Ray Leonard, we all love him, but he's not exactly what we thought he was. We talk about the gold medal games. That was a great point, but we got to remember Floyd deserved the gold medal. Referee famously put his hand in the air. We seen Floyd cry like a newborn after that loss, but what did he do with that? Floyd went ahead and took that and decided to become arguably one of the greatest entertainers and boxers we ever seen. We hadn't seen a guy on the throne of boxing like that since the great Muhammad Ali, or even be his predecessor, Sugar Ray Robinson. And we say, why do you say that? Because you talk about boxing 24/7. Floyd Mayweather really brought boxing to the mainstream. Floyd was on Dancing with the Stars. Floyd also, while doing all these things, Floyd was only fighting the best competition. Floyd never took a tune-up. Floyd fought Super Judah off his best performances, and it just goes on and on. You talk about Fight Night. Floyd almost invented Fight Night, and let's not talk about his contributions as a promoter. You got Mickey Bay, you got Badu Jack, who I believe was a 3-division world champion. Now we got probably arguably one of the biggest stars in boxing, Gervonta Davis, coming out of the Floyd Mayweather staple. And remember, Floyd Mayweather continued the tradition of him, his father, Floyd Sr., his Uncle Roger, his Uncle Jeff. The whole Floyd Mayweather name was the institution of boxing, and Floyd Mayweather's career kind of stamped that. So when you're talking about Sugar Ray Leonard, we can't say who did he bring up. We can't talk about any of the guys he promoted. At the end of the day, he didn't promote any Hall of Famers. Did he promote the biggest star in boxing? Not only did Floyd be the biggest star in boxing, he created another one just like him. So I get what people saying when they talk about the good fights, but it's always the old saying, everybody want to talk that back in the day, Steph. But at the end of the day, Floyd right now, you see the remnants of Floyd right now. All the fighters want to be undefeated. All the fighters want to have the big paydays. All the fighters want to have 24/7. These are all things Floyd invented organically. He said, let the cameras follow me. Let me take you to my mansion. Let me show you all these girls that I'm having fun with. Let me show you all this money I'm doing. And Floyd sold not only the lifestyle of boxing, but unlike Leonard, he was willing to open himself up to the masses, and that's what made him great. So I'll let you go from that, Smoke.
Yeah, that's what happens when a bunch of people who weren't there try to tell you about what the hell was going on back then. Open yourself up to the masses. Obviously, you weren't there for Sugar Ray Leonard. That guy was everywhere. You couldn't leave your house without seeing shit. As a matter of fact, you didn't have to leave your house to see Sugar Ray Leonard. He was on every channel. The man's accessibility was never in question. He was a global sport icon. Yeah, when the 24/7 was it was I guess it was inspired by what Sugar Ray Leonard was already doing with the Contender Series. And what you'll find about Floyd Mayweather, and out of Floyd Mayweather's own mouth, is he says, quote, Sugar Ray Leonard paved the way for guys like me. No, I mean, not even guys like him, for me. And the way that, Sugar Ray Leonard did that specifically wasn't just whooping his dad's ass. Although that is how we got that's how we got Sugar Ray Leonard's style. Some of what Floyd Sr. installed, as use Floyd Sr.'s words, right? His word. He installed these attributes into his son based off what happened between himself and Sugar Ray Leonard when he got stopped right on his way up. But I heard saying that Floyd was the third greatest boxer of all time, maybe in your household, maybe in some rag, but right after Floyd's biggest win in 2016, he just come off the Manny Pacquiao, culminating, his really like only, I think, universally accepted ATG. Maybe you think Oscar is, and I don't know if you think he is, or you think he isn't. Cool. But yeah, Manny Pacquiao, everyone says Manny Pacquiao is ATG. After that, 2016, Sugar Ray Leonard was named the greatest boxer alive, right? By Ring Magazine. And as far as I know, not only was Floyd Mayweather still alive, that dude was still fighting, right? So anyway, I'm gonna let the third greatest, I guess, pound for pound of all time, I'm gonna let you live with that in your head. Floyd took on challenges nobody has before. Wow. Okay. So we got Sugar Ray Leonard, right? The guy fought one time in 5 years, moving up in division, moving up in weight to fight one of, if not the one of the widely recognized best middleweights, top 3 of all time. Maybe you'll say Sugar Ray Robinson, maybe you'll say Carlos Monzon, but everybody got what's my man's name? Marvelous Marvin Hagler. I got to remember the entire name. He had to change, right? That's Marvelous Marvin Hagler to you people, so he can get his proper accolades off. So not only did Sugar Ray Leonard do what Muhammad Ali didn't do, because once Muhammad Ali was out of the ring, he worked his way up, and that was unprecedented, to the fourth guy, the third best guy, the second best guy, worked his way up the ladder. That's not what Ray did. And he went right up to the king, right? King of the mountain, middleweight division. Nobody's done that. That's challenge yourself in doing something what no one has done. Not only did he do that, but that produced one of boxing's most quintessential accolades, right? Like one of the things that I think keeps everybody interested into the sport year after year, and that is it produced a fight of the year. But not only did it produce a fight of the year, it produced an upset of the year. The reason why it produced an upset of the year was because of the kind of challenge it was. Nobody thought that Sugar Ray Leonard was going to beat Marvelous Marvin Hagler, right? No, he was a 4-1 underdog. So yeah, when it comes to Floyd taking chances nobody has before, I guess Sugar Ray Leonard's name is nobody now, right? So let's go over to Sugar Ray never fought a guy coming up. I already did that. Like he already fought. He fought Thomas Hearns as an undefeated fighter. He fought with Fedor Benitez as an undefeated fighter. Let me go to this Floyd's Olympic. He was robbed. Let's say he was robbed. What in the hell did that guy do? Right? Let's say the guy that beat Floyd, like anybody that Floyd beat or beat Floyd or whatever the hell, like what were those guys' claim to fame? Because like I'm saying, like not only was Sugar Ray Leonard way like they weren't supposed to win that, right? You're talking about the underdog guys, right? That's when the Cubans and the Soviets completely dominated with their state-sponsored systems, completely dominated the amateur system in the Olympics, right? In the 72 Olympics, there was like 3 medals given out. One of them was given to the U.S. for gold. The other 3 bronze medalists, right? The 76 team, there was supposed to be one guy that came out with a gold medal because of how he did in the 72 games. And he was literally like trained and almost born and bred for the Olympic Games, right? That guy was the only guy supposed to get a medal. They weren't supposed to bring home 5 medals and silvers and all that other stuff. That's not what was supposed to happen with that team. But specifically, the guy who wasn't supposed to get a medal was Sugar Ray Leonard. When it came to Floyd Mayweather, he was always favored to do a thing. You're talking about you're saying taking challenges. There was no challenge that guy took that led him to be an underdog. There was a couple of fights that he could have taken that he possibly would have been an underdog, but he didn't take those fights. There's one definitely he would have been an underdog. He didn't take that fight, right? So the idea about taking challenges that you never did is actually Sugar Ray Leonard, who's shown time after time he's willing to go in, be an underdog against Thomas Hearns to become a unified champion, to go in to become an underdog against Marvis Hagler, the guy who is killing everything, move up in weight and take that guy's title, right? For me, even Floyd's his Olympics, whether he was robbed or not, the guys that he was fighting, what ifs. It is what it is. You said something about Tank Day. Oh, right. Floyd Mayweather's promotional skills. Badu Jack is okay. I guess he's middling. That's cool. But Tank Davis, according to the other people on Floyd Mayweather's promotional team, Tank succeeded in spite of Floyd. Most of the people on Floyd's promotional roster famously were sabotaged from the outside looking in. That's the legacy of Floyd as a promoter, of him not wanting to be outshone by the guys on his roster. It so happens that Tank was also managed by Al Heyman. That's why Tank didn't get the same treatment as Ishe Smith or Love More or Montana. What's that dude Love? Jalen Love or Ashley Theophane or whatever the hell guys that were over there that this dude was supposed to be promoting and supposed to make him all of a sudden greater than Sugar Ray Leonard, who not only was in these, like I said, fighting in these legendary fights, but commentating on these fights. I mean, my man he called Hagler Hearns one of the greatest fights that ever happened. He called Pryor Guayo one of the greatest fights that ever happened. He called Spinks Holmes 1 and 2. Like if we could keep going on, he called Holmes versus Tyson. He called Tyson versus Spinks. He even called, the guy that not only did he beat his ass, right? Not only did he beat his dad's ass, to have his father, Floyd Mayweather, on his resume, right? Like in the knockout win. But he also called one of the most important fights in his uncles, right? The two guys that trained and created Floyd Mayweather. He was there and gave the call for Julio Cesar Chavez versus Roger Mayweather 1. That's Sugar Ray Leonard's impact on the sport. Not just on the sport in general that we all love, but specifically on the guy that Floyd Mayweather is and later became. Go ahead. That's my rebuttal.
And this is the thing. I don't want people to think I'm tearing down the great Sugar Ray Leonard, but at the end of the day, we got to be honest here. When you lose to people like Hector Camacho, Terry Norris, these are guys. Floyd doesn't have these kind of losses. You can say what you want about, I give Sugar Ray Leonard a lot of credit for some of the stuff he did, but he came with probably the second or first, however you put Eddie Futch or Angelo Dundee. You're talking about one or two best trainers of all time. Let's also remember how much Sugar Ray Leonard modeled his game after Muhammad Ali. So one of the things about him is he was a Muhammad Ali copy. There was no Floyd Mayweather before Floyd came. There wasn't a guy that was like him. Floyd Mayweather at the lower weights at 135 was knocking everybody out, beating everybody to death. Went up with very brittle hands. Remember, when he came out the Olympics, that was the question. Could Floyd's very brittle hands last a career? And not only with his mind, but with his defense, probably one of the most technically sound fighters you'll ever see. And then on top of that, you're talking about Floyd's impact. I didn't know we were talking about broadcasting. At the end of the day, Floyd's not a broadcaster because he's too busy making world champions. You could talk about the guys that fail. At the end of the day, you got to own your own training. When you got a name like Floyd Joy Mayweather Jr. Attached to you, we're talking about instant superstardom. We're talking about the Errol Spencers that came to the doghouse. It's just all the great fighters. When you talk about Floyd Mayweather, I can see Floyd Mayweather all throughout the divisions, whether it's the featherweight, super featherweight, lightweight, Junior, our current now two-time lineal champion, Teofimo Lopez, says that Floyd Mayweather is one of his biggest inspirations, and you can see it. I don't see Sugar Ray Leonard. All I see is another fake Muhammad Ali. So I don't want to take this. I don't want to take this to attack him. But it's the same guy who told Marvelous Hagler, "Hey, I'm not fighting 15 rounds." Even though we always fighting 15 rounds, he said, "I want to fight you 12 rounds." And what did the Marvelous one say? I couldn't take it because the bitch would not give me the fight if I didn't go 12 rounds. So let's remember, the guy that's so tough, my man, the Marvelous one said the bitch would not take the fight if it wouldn't have been 12 rounds. So we can keep going on and on about fighters. Floyd never did none of that. Floyd said, "Hey, Oscar, you want to be at 154? Do it. Hey, Miguel Cotto, you want to be at 154? Do it." And fought them guys there. At the end of the day, I mean, I'm not saying Floyd's record is impregnable, Bo, but at the end of the day, you're talking about fighting the best guys off their best wins. Fighting Sugar Shane Mosley when he did. Fighting, let's not forget about one of the guys people forget about, Chico McDonough. Chico McDonough beat, now let's not talk about later, but he beat a guy who went on to become a 4-division world champion. He beat Adrian Bronner and went in there and took another fight with Floyd. And only thing about Floyd is if you thought Floyd lost, you're getting a rematch, and he's going to dominate you. So let's not play as if Floyd leaves no doubt who's the greatest. And we all know there hasn't been a fighter like him since Ali. Floyd probably was one of the best things that happened to boxing since Ali, as far as fighting the best, pulling the best events. I mean, we talk about, revigorating Vegas. Vegas became what it is again because of Floyd Mayweather fighting at T-Mobile Arena, fighting, all these big fights. So we can't even compare a guy. If you want to bring up his broadcasting career, okay, great. He's a good talker. We all know that. But he also has been known to get beat up by people like Hector Camacho, Terry Norris. So, I mean, Floyd doesn't have these blips. It's been so many times I've seen Sugar Ray Leonard. We all have seen him getting beat to death. And let's not forget how he weight drained the crap out of the great Roberto Duran for their second fight. But Roberto Duran came up willingly from 135 and beat him to death. But then when we come for the rematch, they made Roberto Duran lose 20 pounds in a month. So we can go on and on of this, but at the end of the day, there is no comparison. Floyd Mayweather is the better fighter. Go ahead, Smoke.
Hey, just so you guys know, we transitioning. This is what these guys got.
No. I just wasn't interrupting. That's all. We're not ready for no transition. We still right here. Just start talking about
Smoke. Stop.
Yeah, sorry.
Smoke. Stop. Relax. Okay. I'm letting the audience know that these guys are in the retort round. They can go back and forth. Smoke just said it. Hey, I'll just let him finish his thought. So that way everybody got to understand that this is open dialogue between the two. When they conclude this and they yield, then the judges will come in and start asking questions, and I will read your comments and the questions that you laid in the comment just to keep everybody on the same pace. Okay, so go ahead and cook, but it's open for both debaters, just so the crowd and the judges know what's going on. Go ahead, Smoke, you got
it. Right. So when you say when you lose to guys like Hector Camacho and Terry Norris, and you're pulling up guys from smaller weight classes like Roberto Duran, how do you square that with fighting guys in this stellar run that you're talking about, all these championships, where all these risks he's taking, fighting guys like Hector Camacho and like Andre Berto, and bringing up guys from like Marquez and Timothy Hatton? Like, how do you square that? Like, how do you fix your mouth to talk about Roberto Duran, one of the greatest lightweights, if not the greatest lightweight to ever live, and then you got Ricky Hatton getting pulled up?
Oh, are we going back? Okay.
Okay.
What I'll say is this. When you talk about Ricky Hatton, let's not forget what Ricky Hatton was already doing. Ricky Hatton was on the pound for pound list. I don't know how you look at the pound for pound list, but Ricky Hatton coming off his best win. What did Floyd do? When Floyd finally got a guy his size, just remember, Floyd was fighting guys 20 and 30 pounds bigger than him. What did he do? He beat him to death. At the end of the day, we can't name a performance where we seen Floyd made a guy lose 20, 30 pounds to come back and fight him within a month, man. Let's not play like this guy got you off your best performance. He never did that.
Right.
He never.
Never
did that.
Right. So I think what I'm hearing you say, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, that because Floyd Mayweather was in the 4-belt era, he had a whole bunch more guys that he could pick and choose from that weren't monsters so that he could look good against. But when it came down to guys like, say, like Winky Wright, and like, challenging yourself, like moving up to like, those divisions you're talking about. When it came to stuff like that, he didn't make those fights. When it came to, you wouldn't say like guys who are much bigger than him. When it came to guys to like Paul Williams, when those kinds of guys that were much bigger than him, he didn't make those fights. He didn't challenge himself then. So like, really, I'm still trying to figure out how you can like Shaw, Roberto Duran's, Mr. the Hands of Stone, Mr. ATG himself, but then you got all these glowing words for fucking Ricky Hatton.
All I can tell you is this: I'm not comparing Ricky Hatton versus probably one of the best lightweights ever and Roberto Duran. I'm just telling you that if Floyd was to fight Roberto Duran, he'd want the best version of the Roberto Duran. If he needed to go up in weight, whatever you needed to do, Floyd said, okay, cool. And let's not forget this. That's a little caveat that I want to bring in. Floyd also probably brought one of the best promoters that we've ever seen, Al Heyman, into boxing. So let's not forget, he got Al Heyman, who was doing the Budweiser tours, Luther Vandross, Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, brought him into boxing. And now we're getting some of the greatest, probably the greatest boxing events that we ever seen. And that's all because of what Floyd did. I think Floyd made something with the inflation about $1.6 billion generated throughout his career. So we can't even talk about who brought more to the sport, who did what for the sport. If you're talking about brick and mortar, man, you're going to see Floyd Mayweather's name throughout the sport of boxing. And there's really no comparison when you talk about a guy like Sugar Ray Leonard. There isn't.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So you're saying that Floyd's trying to fight people at their best and all that shit. Meanwhile, this Maidana guy, the knockout puncher, couldn't use the gloves he wanted. Right? You want to talk about like who brought the business into, like guys who brought people into the business. You may not be aware of this, but that that Undisputed fight, that fight of the year between the first 4 division champion Thomas Hearns when they unified. There was a little known guy at that point. He's only doing shows in ice skate arenas. Called Shelly Finkel, and the guy Mark Trainer brought Shelly Finkel into boxing for that fight. That's when like Lou Duva, he had just started with his son. They'd done 3 shows at that point and ice skating rinks. So if you want to talk about that, and you want to talk about the legacy of that stuff, bringing people into it, Lou Duva was the guy, main events, that promoted Pernell Whitaker, the guy that taught Floyd Mayweather how to be a champion. The guy that beat Uncle Roger is, anyway, I'm not even trying to get into the whole, like, hey, let's go, like, let's get some transitive properties off the 3rd, 6 degrees away from a guy, because you're still going to find everywhere you go, Sugar Ray Leonard looking there right back at you. And I want to just address really quickly this whole thing about the commentary. I don't mind talking about a guy's entire resume and what he's done in boxing. I don't mind talking about Floyd as a promoter or whatever the hell it is you think he should be big up for. That's part of his legacy in boxing. And guess what? Too bad Floyd can't talk like Sugar Ray Leonard, because maybe you'd have something to say when I say stuff like, yeah, this guy has not only been part of Fights of the Year as a fighter, some of the most iconic as a fighter, but he's also called those fights. So right now, if you go on YouTube, you don't need to see him scuffing his knuckles to see him in some of the greatest fights that boxing has to offer. That's what legacy gives you.
And I just remember there was a day, you were there, I wasn't born yet, but June 20th, 1980, we seen this guy, this monster you talk about, get beat to death by a lightweight. Let's not forget about June 20th, 1980. When have you ever seen a guy come from 2 divisions and beat Floyd? Ever. We never would see that. You talk about Floyd in a fight, Winky Wright. Winky Wright was probably too big for Floyd. And I say that at the end of the day, there's weight classes for a reason. We're talking about a guy who was 5'10", compared to a guy who was maybe 5'8". There is no way that Floyd can beat everybody. There's some guys that I'm sure. And then on top of, let's not forget this. When Floyd came, Floyd was fighting against the whole world. Back in the 80s, and this time you're talking about many decades ago, we're talking about they wouldn't fight in the world. We're talking about only what America had available. Maybe a few guys, ins and outs, but we're talking about great guys from around the world. Floyd went and fought. Let's not forget he beat Diego Corrales. Let's not forget that he beat Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya himself, you could put him against anybody on somebody like Sugar Ray Leonard's record, bro, and they won't compare to Oscar. Oscar was that guy, and he beat him. dominating him. Beat
right.
the
So
young guy. He's a little. Go ahead.
Maybe you don't remember, but Oscar De La Hoya like lost all of his fights against the young up and coming guys. He got some give decisions in there. Like he was. I'm sorry. Did you just say Oscar De La Hoya could beat anybody? That are you okay?
I'm talking about legacy.
Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya beating Marvin Hagler, but getting knocked smooth the fuck out by Bernard Hopkins. I'm not seeing it. First off, the dude even to get to the Bernard Hopkins fight, he had to get a give decision from Felix Trump. So that I'm not even. But even let's even leave like quality of opposition of Oscar De La Hoya like out of it for just 1 second. Oscar De La Hoya has a hell of a fighter. No knock on him. But that guy is a Sugar Ray Leonard clone. You want to talk about Muhammad Ali clones? I'm not, and I would be the first to tell you that one of the reasons why I like Sugar Ray Leonard was because I was a Muhammad Ali fan and how much he was like Muhammad Ali. He said so. He had the Ali shuffle. He did all of that stuff, but he also represented. He wasn't a bust. He wasn't a fake Ali guy. There's a lot of fake Ali guys that didn't do what Sugar Ray Leonard did. Goddamn, Tommy Hearns was an Ali guy. He was trying to be Ali. There's a lot of guys that were trying to be Ali that was not Sugar Ray Leonard. It did not have the success at mimicking this fighting style of Muhammad Ali, or have the success being themselves like Sugar Ray Leonard did, or just hold the mantle of being the face of boxing. Ever since and it's been watered down throughout the generations. This is not only Floyd's thing, but because Sugar Ray Leonard was so close to Muhammad Ali, he is literally the best example of Muhammad Ali that we have in the face of boxing since Muhammad Ali. Not just inside the ring, but also outside of it. And I don't mean by his engagement in politics like that. No, I'm talking about his being a global icon. Like, right, there's no way that Floyd Mayweather saw even half of the popularity that Sugar Ray Leonard enjoyed. That dude fought everywhere. And you know what? I'm gonna just I don't think that you.
Let me ask you. Go ahead. No, let's not forget that Floyd Mayweather went over to Moscow, Russia, and over 400,000 people showed up to his boxing camp. Let's not forget there's not a place on this planet that Floyd Mayweather won't go and they won't know him. Everyone won't know Sugar Ray Leonard. At the end of the day, with the advent of the internet and Floyd putting on what we call the event, we have not seen a guy like him. I mean, you talking about boxing being a mainstream event, celebrities in the front row. We talking about the people of the day, whether it's Jay-Z, Beyonce, all the superstars come to see Floyd Mayweather fight. Everybody wants to be a part of Floyd Mayweather's greatness. Everybody wants to say, "Hey, I got to shake Floyd's hand." Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna just tell you just like this, right? And just some legendary thing when we come to legacy, right? The first fight Marvin Hagler had on HBO, Sugar Ray Leonard called that one. He fought this guy twice. One of those fights, right, was in Italy, right? That's where Marvin Hagler first went to Italy, right? First, he knocked the guy out twice. It stopped him both times. But that second fight in Italy, Hagler loved it so much that after Ray Leonard beat him, that's where that dude retired, right? This is what I'm talking about when it comes to the whole legacy of it all. Like when it came to Floyd Mayweather fighting Conor McGregor, there are people all over the fucking UK never heard of Floyd Mayweather, never saw the dude fight. They were picking Conor to win because of it. Like Floyd is not this like idea about this global life. Like as a matter of fact, his whole thing has been trying to attach himself to guys like Sugar Ray Leonard, doing what they did, like going on Dancing with the Stars, doing things like doing his own version of Contender with his 24/7 to bring more notoriety to his name. That's not what Sugar Ray Leonard was doing. All Sugar Ray Leonard had to do was fight, be himself. Hawk Products, 7-Up loved him. Chevy loved him. All of the major corporations found him to be an excellent pitch man because of what he had going on. Not just because what he had going on inside the ring, but also what he had going outside the ring. The only reason I bring it up, really, is to talk about his global presence, right? And how that translated to his fights and also how it translates to his legacy. Like Floyd was not anywhere near this thing.
Okay, well, let's talk about his legacy and how it is. When we talk about Floyd Mayweather, the man has 6 of the top 20 biggest box offices in boxing history. He has 6 of them. When we talking about someone who can put butts in seats, at the end of the day, like you just made, and you're a beautiful speaker, man, educated man. I can't compete with that. I'll tell you this. When you talk about a guy like Floyd, Floyd's from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Floyd didn't have anybody to give him. At the end of the day, we can say for a fact, Sugar Ray Leonard was given the template to be just like Muhammad. Muhammad Ali's trainer, so that's pretty much Muhammad Ali's mind. So he got Muhammad Ali's trainer, so he got the Muhammad Ali mind, got the look, got the afro like him. At the end of the day, he was like a Kobe. He was a mimic of him. He was not the better version. He was a mimic of him. We talk about Floyd first, the first guy, you know, who was hated. They was calling Floyd monkeys, all types of crazy stuff, throwing bananas at him. We seen all this crazy stuff. Floyd fought through racism. Floyd was the only guy who didn't need those big time ad rep. He never had a big place like a Reebok or a Pepsi embrace him. Floyd's never been embraced. Floyd was just so great you couldn't deny him. Floyd made his money in boxing. Floyd didn't make his money commentating. Floyd didn't make his money being a pitchman. Floyd made his money, as he would say, kicking ass. That's what Floyd has done, nothing but kick ass. You talking about a guy who has done, we talking about Sugar Ray Leonard. This is a guy who did nothing but copy Muhammad. At the end of the day, you're going to do some things right if you copy Muhammad. But we never can say that we've seen another Floyd Mayweather Jr. before we seen this Floyd. He's a one of one. He's the most limited guy there is. But go ahead.
Yeah, if you're talking about legacy and you want to now bring up trainers and do this Floyd Mayweather, you do realize, right, that Sugar Ray Leonard beat the entire fuck out of Floyd Mayweather's trainer, right? His dad, right? You do realize this. Like this whole, like, the guy that he's a one out of, like, I'm not understanding where you're going with it. When it comes to the trainers, Floyd Mayweather, his trainer is part of Sugar Ray Leonard's legacy. He's a product of Sugar Ray Leonard's legacy. I'm not quite like, and I'm to be like respectful, right, to the things that Floyd has done. And you know, yeah, he kicked ass. Yeah, nobody embraced him. You know, Sugar Ray Leonard himself was also polarizing. Nobody really likes the guy on top. To be honest with you, right? You could see all kinds of disparaging comments coming from guys like Jesse Jackson saying you don't give back enough. Like during the whole, like, you know, doing the whole, I'll say the controversy between the conflicts that we have amongst the people in America, right? So it's not like Sugar Ray Leonard didn't have his detractors. It's not like he had a primrose path. Fighters didn't like him. A lot of notable people didn't like him. But the question was, who is more known? Who is the global icon? The icon was Sugar Ray Leonard, right? When it comes to really, man, I'm not quite sure what's the matter with, or what's the problem with being an Ali baby. But just to put it into perspective, when it comes to this money thing, every generation, the face of boxing moves that money thing forward. The first guy to make $100 million in boxing was Sugar Ray Leonard, right? And people were saying when he was making all that money, Muhammad Ali was born in the wrong time. He should have been making all this money. But when Muhammad Ali was making his fucking $5 million guarantees and shit for Rumble in the Jungle, people were talking about how Rocky Marciano was in the wrong fucking time and he should have been ready. That's just the nature of the beast of being the face of boxing in a particular era. You're going to make more than the previous eras, adjusted for inflation and all that stuff. Floyd just is the recipient of being the face of boxing. When Sugar Ray Leonard was in that space, he did it. He was reaping the benefits like everyone else. The difference is Sugar Ray Leonard innovated the game. He didn't come in as signing long-term deals with Top Rank. What he did was sign one-offs with Bob Arum when he wanted to work with Bob Arum. He is the one that showed Floyd Mayweather how to actually be the money man. Like how you get out of the thumb from other underneath people and get your own cash. That was Sugar Ray Leonard. That's Sugar Ray Leonard's legacy, not Floyd's.
BVO, you're on mute. BVO, you mute. Go ahead, cook.
Okay, sorry about that. When we talk about Floyd, it's a funny thing that you say that. You talk about somebody betting on themselves. No Muhammad Ali, no Angelo Dundee to show me the way. We're talking about creating a way from yourself, from the bottom, as we say. You know, me being a Midwest guy, you being a California guy, you know, you guys are not used to working hard and making things happen out of nothing. Floyd took himself from Grand Rapids, Michigan, probably one of the poorest places there is in America, and was able to make almost $2 billion in generated earnings. You talk about, oh, he had help from this guy, he had help from that guy. At the end of the day, there was a famous story where Floyd went up to Bob Arum and said, "Hey, Bob Arum, why don't you give me a poster like they do for Britney Spears?" He said, "Well, you're not as big as Britney Spears." He said, "I won't be as big as Britney Spears if you don't do that." Floyd took his own money. He put his money where his mouth is. We can never remember Sugar Ray Leonard doing that. That boy Floyd said, "Okay, let me spend $750,000 to get myself out this contract." Got himself out that contract. Also paid another promoter a lot of people don't know about, Jay Prince, to get out of his contract. Doing these things, Floyd set himself up, become the biggest guy in boxing. I think in 3 fights, he made $30 million. Floyd is the quintessential superstar that we're looking for in boxing now. When we talk about Canelo, what are we talking about? Why won't he do it like Floyd? Why won't he fight people like Floyd did? That's one of the reasons why Canelo gets to kind of hate this. But as far as overall legacy and reach, everybody wants to be Floyd Mayweather. We're still paying, hundreds of dollars to see Floyd beat up John Gotti Jr., beat up the mailman. The guy is just that low. We just want to see him punch people because he's such a ring technician. We want to see Floyd jog. We got people as lines up and down Vegas watching Floyd jog at 12, 1, 2, 3 in the morning. But let's not play as if Floyd is the quintessential first Floyd Mayweather, not a copy, because I got videos of watching Sugar Ray Leonard try to walk like Ali, do the Ali shuffle. At the end of the day, man, get your own stuff, bro. It's like that whole Kobe argument. The clone can never be better than the original. At the end of the day, there's only one Floyd Mayweather, and that whole saying, there's only one Floyd Mayweather. Tyson Fury uses that. So there's only one Tyson Fury. It just goes throughout the ages. Floyd Mayweather will be remembered forever for what he's done in boxing. Is that simple?
Right. So, right. The issue with the debate, though, is this is not Sugar Ray Leonard versus Muhammad Ali. If so, I would totally agree with you. But since it's Sugar Ray Leonard versus Floyd, Sugar Ray Leonard can imitate Muhammad Ali all the fuck he wants, as long as his legacy is better than Floyd's. And so we get this right. When you keep saying he gets it out the mud, like if the mud that you're talking about is Floyd Mayweather Sr., guess who watered that fucking dirt to make it mud? Sugar Ray Leonard. and that dad will tell you that himself. He'll tell you. You can go on YouTube. You can see little clips about the shit that from the stuff that Floyd Mayweather Sr. says he learned from fighting Sugar Ray Leonard that he installed in Floyd Mayweather Jr.'s game. So like this idea that like he just created a style out of nothing, like it wasn't created out of the 8th round of that ass whooping that he fucking took that his dad took at the hands of Sugar Ray Leonard. I think you're just missing the boat on this thing for real.
But what
just talking about.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, I was gonna say this small thing. You got to remember when he started doing what we call the Philly shell, Floyd Mayweather Sr. had like an 1/8 of an inch of his toe cut, so he had to get a different style to keep fighting. So we can talk about how Sugar Ray Leonard watered the grass or whatever the heck. At the end of the day, Floyd Mayweather himself said his dad was in jail, so he had to learn on his own. Don't get me wrong, he had Jeff, he had Roger, he had other guys around him, but Floyd Mayweather that we know today had determination to be a one-of-one. You can say, of course, everybody takes from everybody, but at the end of the day, Floyd mastered boxing. Floyd mastered the promotion. As James Brown say, if I'm the show, I want to own the show. Floyd was the quintessential black business. Him and Al Heyman, doing big deals on CBS. We look at him now about to put on the biggest fight ever. You don't hear Al Heyman without Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, so right. And you know who's the architect of that whole thing? The architect of that whole thing is Sugar Ray Leonard. We're talking about a legacy debate. You're talking about the recipients of Sugar Ray Leonard's legacy, right? How they're able to work Sugar Ray Leonard's system to their benefit. When you start talking about stuff like that, when you say like Sugar Ray Leonard looked like Muhammad Ali, that's cool. But Floyd Mayweather looked like Roger and fucking Floyd Sr. Who would you rather look like? If this is a legacy debate, whose legacy is better, Muhammad Ali or fucking Roger Mayweather? Because I'm not understanding like really where you're coming from in terms of how this is impacting boxing. I understand how this makes you a fan of the people. I'm a fan of both guys too, but we're talking about the impact of the legacy, right? We're talking about the impact on boxing. We're not just talking about like he's from the Midwest, I'm from the Midwest, and Oakland ain't done shit. Because I'm not even about to tell you about all the fucking hat Oakland and fucking put down in the sport of boxing, or just in general, like creating the culture that we have today in America and in the world. And we're not that many people. We're not the Midwest. Oakland is a really little city, but I'm not even talking about that. I could, but what the hell that got to do with Sugar Ray Leonard? I mean, I guess I could tell you, but really, the Sugar Ray Leonard aspect of the legacy when compared to Floyd Mayweather, like most anything you can talk about when it comes to Mayweather, either Leonard did it and it's a copy of Leonard himself, or Floyd, they never did no shit like that. Like we start talking about fights of the year, you know, like if you look up like legacy stuff, like back in the day, right? They started doing knockout of the year in '89. So they didn't have the knockout. You couldn't do things like Davey Boy Green knockout, right? But they had knockouts of the year for Floyd's entire career. No knockouts of the year. They had fights of the year for his entire career. No fights of the year. Yeah, I'm not quite sure where you're coming from with this legacy thing.
And when we talk about legacy, basically when I'm telling you legacy, I'm talking about the whole totality of his career, how influential his career is. And we're talking about this. Let's get back to the ring. We're talking about Floyd used a style in the Philly Shield and revolutionized boxing offensively. And think about this, Floyd's probably one of the only guys you'll ever see that had brittle hands, but was still able to be dominant. We never heard of any of the, I know we could talk about the torn retina with Sugar Ray Leonard, but we can never really say nothing was really wrong with him. Floyd had an issue of the main thing you need is your hands, and he was able to overcome that through his intelligence, his ringmanship, and also understanding the game of boxing. If you say, hey, because his dad got beat to death by Sugar Ray Leonard, that's what influenced him, I wouldn't say that, because I see a guy named Pernell Whitaker who is pretty much who Floyd did a lot of things after. And at the end of the day, we can say at the end of the day, this guy, Pernell Whitaker, showed Floyd a lot of things. We see a lot of Floyd in him. But when you talk about overall legacy, man, there isn't a guy who fought more champions. There's a 5-division world champion, true 5-division world champion, no French fries belts, no franchise belts, none of that. We're talking about fighting the man that beat the man. And also, let's remember, Floyd fought Canelo Alvarez after beating Austin Trout. And I don't know if you know who Austin Trout is. Austin Trout was a very, very tough guy. And he also, and Canelo beat him. And then Floyd said, hey, that's your best fight? Come on, let's fight right now. Fought him. So we can't compete. We can't talk about what Floyd does, because Floyd only fights the best.
I mean, whatever. Listen, if you want to talk about the best, right? The best is a representative of Sugar Ray Leonard's opposition, not Floyd's. Sorry. You can keep trying to tell me all this shit, but everybody knows that there is no Tommy Hearns on Floyd's resume. He just don't exist. There is no Marvin Hagler on his resume. It doesn't exist. There's no Roberto Duran on his resume. It does not exist. You might get a Hector Camacho. You might get a Hector Camacho on this, sure. But right, if you want to talk about the last fight in higher weight classes, you want to talk about whether or not you challenge yourself, that he never did that. He didn't challenge himself to go up to those higher weight classes to see what would happen with them boys, right? So I'm not quite sure how we're getting to this idea about Floyd as a one-man business and Canelo and all this other stuff. All I'll say to you, Austin Trout, I'll just leave it like this. Premier Boxing Champions, when they debuted with Keith Thurman, guess who was doing the commentary for NBC? I'll give you another one. You know that historical run that Canelo was on. You know how he's the first guy to get 168 undisputed. When he went to 168, who do you think was calling that fight? I mean, you keep naming guys. I'm not even. And
I'll say this. I'm gonna just say this. What you're doing is presenting a red herring. You're trying to change the subject about something that is not. We're not talking about his broadcast career. We're talking about
you're not talking about his broadcast career. I am talking about his broadcast career.
What he did in the ring.
You want to have that conversation. Listen, that's the conversation you don't want to talk about. His conversation.
Only thing that Floyd has ever did was and I don't cuss, so excuse me guys for my language, but he's known for kicking ass. That's all Floyd does is kick ass, man.
But I mean, that's great.
That's what generated him almost $1 billion for boxing.
That's not it. That's not it. He's also known for promoting fights, and you brought up some stuff that he wasn't kicking ass when Badu Jack was when he's whatever. That was Badu Jack kicking ass. That was
three-division world champion. You remember that, right?
I hear you. I did hear that.
Three-division world champion.
You do know that both of those guys are 5-division world champs, right? But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Right now what I'm talking about is the idea of a person's career. You can bring up the fact that he's promoting, but then you want to talk about how he only whooped ass. When we're talking about the guy's career and their legacy and their on the sport of boxing, it's what they did, all of it. If they're a trainer, like I could talk about, like you talking about the guys that you talk about Floyd presented challenges and he's a promoter. Well, one of the guys that Sugar Ray Leonard promoted, one of these cards and is coming up when he's a 6-round fighter, was Paul Williams. Paul Williams famously is attached to Floyd for not fighting him. That's how those two names are attached. That big old guy, the guy that you could have said was like kind of like Tommy Hearns, at least in terms of size and like length, and definitely didn't have the punching power. But that dude was an active guy. But yeah, that is the kind of challenges that Floyd didn't take. While you're trying to sit here and gas us up about how Floyd's legacy is greater than Sugar Ray Leonard's, you must stop.
All right, right there. Hold on for a second, BBO. So you guys have laid it down thick. So what we're going to do is we're going to open it up to get some stimulated questions going. So we'll start with Phil Walker so that the judges you guys can keep cooking, but let's throw some different questions in here because you guys have laid down your premise thoroughly. So let's go ahead and ask Phil Walker. Hey, Phil Walker, what questions do you have to BVO and get the smoke about the debate?
Okay, the first question is going to go to Get the Smoke. Who is Sugar Ray's best win to you and why?
The best win, and it is really hard to have so many legendary nights distilled into one, but I am going to go with the Hagler fight because my man had one fight against somebody who wasn't even heralded at the time he fought him. He had one fight in 5 years, moving up in weight, fighting one of the best middleweights to ever live, and middleweight being the storied division that it is, going all, stabilizing itself 130 years ago, something like that, where it's been an established division ever since then. You get a guy who's either arguing number 1, number 2, or number 3. Nobody thought he could do it. Fight of the century, upset of the year, everything you can talk about. Fight of the year, I would say that one. If I have to pick
my next question is the second fight when he fought Roberto Duran. What weight class was that at?
Wasn't that a 147 pound? Didn't he fight at 147? I think Duran came up from 35 to 47 and they rematched there.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, all right. My next question is for BVO. BVO, I heard you mention a few fighters on Floyd Mayweather's resume. Who was his best win? Who was his best 2 wins and why?
His best 2 wins would be, as everybody know, it would have to be Manny Pacquiao, who once he beat Manny Pacquiao became a champion again. On top of that, Manny Pacquiao also beat an undefeated Keith Thurman, so it just goes on and on. And his second greatest win probably would be Oscar De La Hoya, off what Oscar De La Hoya did in the ring. Unfortunately, because Oscar does a lot of crazy things outside the ring, people forget about who Oscar was as a fighter. He was beaten, hopped to death, and then he got caught with a liver shot. It happens. It's boxing. But they're those 2 names. I don't think there's a guy that has a better 2 names on his resume than Floyd Mayweather when you're talking about Pacquiao and Oscar De La Hoya.
Okay, my next question for you is, what weight class did Floyd fight Oscar De La Hoya at?
He fought Floyd at welterweight. Oh no, okay. Sorry, not welterweight. Super welterweight, 154. They fought at 154.
All right. And my last question for you is, I heard you mention Terry Norris. Do you know how many titles Terry Norris held, or do you know any form of Terry Norris's accolades after Sugar Ray Leonard? You can give me any one of his accolades. Uh, you can give me title defenses, title wins. You can give me how many division champion is he? You can give me any one of those right there because I heard you mention him losing to Sugar Ray losing to Terry Norris.
I couldn't give you a ton on Terry Norris. I really couldn't give you a ton on Terry Norris. He's not somebody that would be that I know a lot about. So I couldn't answer that question, unfortunately.
All right, man. That's my questions.
Whew, Jesus Christ. All right. So, YB, it's on you, man. You got the floor. Ask them questions to get clarity to your liking. Go ahead, BB, the yummy.
Oh yeah, okay. I got one for Smoke. Now, Smoke, I heard you say that Sugar Ray Leonard, that you didn't. So you said that that you said that Floyd, having Camachos on there, that Floyd might have Camachos on there, but how many guys does Floyd have that are equivalent to a Rafael Benitez? And why is a win over Rafael Benitez significant as well?
Rafael Benitez, the legacy of Rafael Benitez, of course, is the youngest champion ever, 17 years old, fighting grown men. He was undefeated when he fought Floyd, but the knock on Rafael Benitez is he was fighting guys, not so much, the names weren't eye popping at 147. Like once he moved up, it got better. The guy that I would say that's like Rafael Benitez on Floyd's resume. Wow. Yeah, that's a toughie. Maybe Zab, Zab, his name just don't ring out. Like he was not breaking history. Who is it? Who's a guy? Yeah, I don't know that there is an equivalent to Rafael Benitez on Floyd's resume. The Hall of Famers you have that Floyd fought, like Rafael Benitez is, they were like none of them were like were any of them undefeated in the prime. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Cotto, no. Zab is not in. I think he just got in. Oscar, no. Marquez, no. Yeah, I don't think I can answer like I don't think he has a Wilfredo Benitez on his resume.
And BVO, I got a question. Who would you say historically is a better all-time great out of Manny Pacquiao and Roberto Duran when you compare legacies, when you start comparing wins? Because you said that one of Floyd's best wins is Manny Pacquiao, and a lot of people say that one of Ray Leonard's wins is Roberto Duran. Who is the better fighter historically, in your opinion?
It's a tough decision, but for me, I would have to say the great Roberto Duran, going all the way up to light heavyweight. And the one thing about him, people forget about how many young, great, talented guys he beat to death as he came up. He lost some big fights, but he was really one of those guys who was the quintessential champion, man. He fought anybody, anytime. We all talk about, how he lost 20 pounds to come fight. I think it was a fight, Sugar Ray Leonard at 160. He was up as high as 190. Had to come all the way, lost 30 pounds to fight him. So he was the quintessential can, man. So to me, it's no debate. It would be Roberto Duran.
And BVO, I have another question because Floyd, after he beat Manny Pacquiao, when you say that, he had one belt to get, right, to be undisputed, something that that he never achieved in the sport of boxing. Why do you think that Floyd was never preoccupied in being undisputed in any division?
When Floyd came back as Money Mayweather, Floyd was very angry. I know we all remember he ended up getting the goatee. Floyd was pretty much on a revenge tour because there was a time when Floyd had the clean shaven face. He was blowing kisses to the crowd, and he never felt like he got his just due. So he just became all about the money. What's the biggest payday? And at the end of the day, the Floyds kind of acquiesced to whatever Floyd wanted to do. But I think Floyd could have did it, but unfortunately, he was so angry. All he wanted to do was take whatever he could from boxing at that point. So he never really made it a big deal for him, unfortunately, to become undisputed when he really could have had the opportunity to do just that.
Absolutely. And Smoke, how do you go over how does Sugar Ray taking those two losses to Terry Norris and Camacho at the tail end of his career affect his legacy today?
Okay, sorry, I got a little bit of technical difficulty. So I think it's a double-edged sword, right? Like losses are losses, so it's hard to judge a guy. Like you'd like to finish your career strong, it'd be cool to do so, but guys that retire undefeated, famously, the famous quote is because you haven't fought anybody. Losing to guys is never the best thing, but when the losses that you have are to Hall of Famers, and it's at the end of your career after you've been retired from injuries, from drug addiction, from wars upon wars, it's your third or fourth act at that point. I think that ultimately it shows that unlike Floyd, Sugar Ray Leonard was willing to challenge himself, willing to not be at his best, and to see if he could actually overcome the mountain, climb that mountain. Not be like, on the one hand saying, I'm challenging myself and I'm fighting all the best. On the other hand, saying, I'm bitter. I got a chip on my shoulder. Therefore, I'm not going to challenge myself and be great. Yeah, I think overall it speaks volumes of just the fighter that he was and the quality of opposition that he faced all the way up until the end.
Okay, Zone, do I have a limit on questions, or is that enough questions?
Nope, you can pick through them. They already understand that they want, because we want clarity as much as possible. We'll rotate it. We'll let you. You got more. Let's get Shelton Moore in here because I don't want nobody sitting cold, right? And then we'll do one with Mark Nash. We'll come back to you, YB. Shelton Moore, OG. What questions do you have for each one of the debaters?
This question is for BVO. BVO, I heard you say that Sugar Ray Leonard didn't fight fighters coming off their best win or their best performance. Can you tell me what fight did Tommy Hearns have before the Sugar Ray Leonard fight? Who he fought and what was the guy's accolades?
Dang, you got me on that one. I'm not prepared. I'm not prepared to answer that question. But I give it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who Tommy Hearns fought before that. I'm not. I more or less was studying for.
Okay, just a tidbit, brother. Make sure you get your research done before you come to these debates.
Yeah.
Hey, Sheldon. Do me a favor.
Yeah.
He yielded on the question. Try to keep it. Try to keep the critique of the debater in your description of him and what they're not. He's prepared. You got a good question. You just had a good question. Just continue that way. Just respect for the debaters.
Yes, sir. Smoke. Please tell me, in your opinion, Floyd's best performance, his toughest fight, and how does that compare to Sugar Ray Leonard's best performance and his toughest fight?
Wow. Best performance and toughest fight. The best performance for Sugar Ray, for Floyd, I would say, is probably Arturo Gatti. Or is it Arturo Gatti or is it? Yeah, I will go with Arturo Gatti. I'm gonna go with Arturo Gatti. Because he was moving up in weight and. Oh, geez. His toughest fight, I'm gonna go with Castillo. And I think that was a back and forth. They fought at close quarters. A lot of people feel like that is the fight that that Floyd Mayweather lost. How does that stack up against Floyd to Sugar Ray Leonard's best performance? His best performance, I would say, it would be in his first title defense against Davey Boy Green, because that was just one of the best knockouts of Sugar Ray Leonard's career. The toughest fight, I'm gonna go with Hearns. Leonard won. He was losing that fight. We got the iconic "You're blowing it, kid." His eyes was closed. He was beat up. He was down on the cards, and he needed a stoppage to win, and he got the stoppage. Fight of the year, another ATG. How do they stack up? I think that I think the knockout of Davey Boy Green, I like that knockout more. The beatdown was more brutal of Arturo Gatti, and I think he is a more high caliber opponent. So I kind of like that performance a little bit better. But as far as toughest fight goes, Castillo versus Tommy Hearns, there's no comparison. Like, I think Tommy Hearns that fight would beat anything that you would say about Floyd, even if it was somebody else other than fucking Castillo. You could say Cotto or whoever else you think he had a tough fight against, a broken hand or whatever, Zab Judah getting his trainer thrown out. No matter what fight you pick for Floyd Mayweather, I say Thomas Hearns for Leonard. Floyd can't compete.
That's all I got, Zone. Good showing, fellas. You guys keep cooking. Go ahead, Martin.
All right. Okay, good. Sheldon Moore, the OG. Now, we're going to let Nash slide one in, and we're going to go back to YB, and then I'll go to the chat because the chat got a few questions for both debaters. Mark Nash, do you have a question for both of the debaters and one?
I do have a question for both guys. BVO, you said Zab Judah fought Super Judah after his best win, coming off his best win. What was that? No Google. Cut that camera back on. No Googling.
No, I'm not Googling. The question.
I'm joking. I'm sorry.
Mark, do me a
I'm
favor.
serious.
Hold on for a second, BB. Mark, the same thing I'm going to say. Don't insinuate anything about the debater, because that can sway what the people think about his performance. He's doing a great job. His camera's been doing that back and forth, so allow him to do it.
I got it, bro. I got it. I was just teasing him. My bad.
No doubt.
I couldn't. I'm looking through my notes. That's why you see me going back and forth. Super.
Mark, you can restate the question for him just in case he didn't hear it. Just to restate.
Early in your debate, you said Floyd fought Super Judah coming off his best win. What was that?
I think he actually lost when he fought. I think Super Judah actually lost when he fought Floyd. What was that guy's name? So you got me, man. I can't think of his name offhand, man. I'm sorry.
You're talking about Cloud. You're talking about Baltimore.
Baltimore, yeah. So So in that case, I can see what you're saying, but the thing is, let's not forget that Super Judah was the last undisputed welterweight champion. So, him beating him like he did in such a dominating fashion after the ruckus, that's why I brought that up.
Okay. You also said something about Floyd didn't have sponsorships. Did you misspeak, or do you want to elaborate on that? Because you said he wasn't with Reebok and he didn't have all these other endorsements. And you specifically said Reebok. You want to elaborate on that?
What I was basically saying was, in a nutshell, I was saying that he wasn't embraced to say, because he has some small sponsorships. I won't say, Hugh Blow, a couple of different people sponsored him. I'm more or less saying that, Sugar Ray Leonard was a media darling, and Floyd was never that. Never. On his best day, he was never that. That's what I was basically trying to say.
Okay, Smoke, you said Smoke, you brought a lot. You spent a lot of time talking about the commentary of Sugar Ray Leonard. Can you elaborate to us why that's important to his legacy? Because you said, and I quote, I might misquote you because I was doing shorthand. When I was writing my notes. Sugar Ray Leonard commentary, and you said something how it relates to everything guys are doing today. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. So when you talk about a guy's legacy, right, you're talking about the things that they did and their lasting impact on the sport. And so one of the hats that Sugar Ray Leonard wore, he wasn't just a kind of a self-promoted guy after a fashion of the day. He wasn't just a fighter. He was also a promoter, and he was also a commentator. And when it comes to his promotion, he's got some names on there, but not necessarily like big fights, so to speak. But when it comes to his commentary, now you're talking about some of the best fights that exist in boxing, in modern boxing at least, right? So when it comes to Sugar Ray Leonard's legacy, I don't think you can actually understand what his legacy is without bringing up the commentary.
And I have a couple of questions off of that. Add a question to that. Piggyback off of that. The commentator gets credit. How does the commentator? I just want to elaborate more. How does he get credit for his legacy for commentating the great fight? Just being a commentator, wouldn't that be more like HBO, the people that hired him? How does that add to his legacy that he just did commentary?
I think there's plenty of legacy to be spread around when it comes to a fight and a broadcast. Like you can talk about you can talk about the network, you can talk about the refs. Like Mills Lane is part of if you want to talk about legacy, there's any number of ways that you can chop up why a fight or fighters' impact on the sport. And announcing has been integral into a fight. I don't know, since they had sound, right? Since you've been able to call a fight, the announcer has been part of a fight importance. The way that the fans can understand the action. Even since before the radio days, like the commentary in boxing is intertwined. I don't think you can talk about boxing really without having broadcasters.
Two more questions. Is Sugar Ray Leonard a Hall of Fame commentator?
I don't know if they, if they give him a mic for commentating. I believe so. I think Steve Farhood and Al Bernstein are getting in there. Pretty sure with those that he would too.
No, I say, is he in there? Like those guys are Hall of Famers. Is he a Hall of Fame commentator?
I am unsure. I don't know.
And this will be my last question now. And let me see. I kind of wrote shorthand. Okay, you said something about guys that Floyd fought. Oh, two questions. You said Floyd's best win was what? Arturo Gatti. Where do you rank his performance against Corrales?
I would say that those are 1A and 1B just interchangeable. That was even interchangeable in my mind. Like I could say Corrales, I could say Gatti. Both of them were great. I picked Gatti over Corrales because he was moving up in weight.
Okay, and this will be the very last question. You said something about Floyd. A lot of guys he fought, basically, they didn't do anything after him. Did you misspeak, or are you standing by that?
No, I was just talking about in the Olympics. I was just saying as an amateur.
Fair enough. All right, cool. Thank you for the time. Thanks for letting me get these questions off.
All right, man. That's some points. Y'all asked some good questions. Let me go to the chat. YB, I got you. Mr. Pads. Mr. Pads. Let's put this up here for everybody to see. The names will disappear. Okay. We're asking, how much stock do you put in being undisputed in a weight class? I'll repeat that. BVO, get the smoke. We'll start with BVO. How much stock do you put in being undisputed in a weight class? BVO.
I'll be honest. I've never put a lot of stock into being undisputed because you got to remember that these belts are there to make money. And you say, why do you say that, BVO? Because you got it right now where a judge had to rule against the WBA because the WBA was creating too many belts, circumventing the Muhammad Ali Act, and really now the belts have been used to kind of extract money from the fighters. So for me, I don't hold the belts that high anymore like I once did because I really understand it's more of a business. It's not as pure as it once was, you know. So I don't hold a lot of esteem for being undisputed. That's just me.
Yeah, for me, the Undisputed is as you know, it says that you actually are the champion in the division, not just one of the title holders. If you have all the belts, then you are the champion. The only thing you can get past that is lineal. So when you're trying to talk about, if you're going to puff your chest out and talk about how you're fighting the best and you're the best guys, but meanwhile you're cherry picking your way through champions and divisions, who's to say that those guys are the best guys? How do you, by what metric are you puffing your chest out? I think that Undisputed serves as a great litmus test for guys when they say they fought the best.
All right. Next question come from Jimmy, young Jimmy. Can you ask them about the great wins both men pulled off as underdog? So we'll snake it to Smoke. He's asking about which of the wins from each one of the guys do you feel that was best for the underdog? So the time that it was underdog. Got you.
Yeah. The only problem with that question, it's like asking what color is Santa Claus's hair? Like we can say that it's white, but Santa Claus doesn't exist, right? So when it comes to Floyd Mayweather, he was never an underdog. So there is no fight to point to when it comes to that question. When it comes to Sugar Ray Leonard, I think, I don't know, Hagler or Hearns, both of them were pretty damn good. But so was, like I said, his 1976 Olympic run as a gold medalist. Like all of those were him as underdogs, you know, take your pick.
BBO, same question.
Well, I'll say this. When Floyd went to go fight Antero Gotti in Atlantic City, I think he was an underdog. And for him to beat him to death like he did, and also I would say that would probably be one of the best wins he had as an underdog. And I gotta say, with Sugar Ray Leonard being out of the ring almost 5 years, to really, you know, beat the life out of the Marvelous One like he did, he did him everywhere except the bottom of his feet. I mean, he dominated him so much so that the man never fought again. So that would be his best win to me as an underdog. Sugar Ray Leonard.
All right. YB, I'm gonna pass it back to you. And you can ask your final few questions that you had for both of the debaters.
I just have one question. For Smoke, because it's about legacy, what could Floyd have done to have a better legacy than Ray Leonard? Like, who would you have liked him to fight that he could have fought that would have made Floyd's legacy better than Ray Leonard?
He could have got that Winky work. He could have got that Triple G work. He could have got that Margarito work. I don't know, that would have put him up there. He could have got that Paul Williams work. That would have went a long way to silence some critics. I don't know if that would have got him over the top. But yeah, I would probably the Winky right in the Triple G. Then you could have had, you know, you got a couple of other guys up there doing some damage in those higher weight classes. And then you could, you know, maybe you could start talking about underdog fights and challenging yourself in the manner that Sugar Ray Leonard is and the way that BVO is acting like Floyd did.
Oh, okay. Now, BVO, I'll ask you the same question, just a different way. What could Ray Leonard have done? What smoke did he pass up, or that you felt like guys that he should have fought that could have turned the tide, in your opinion, for Ray Leonard? I know you think Floyd has a better legacy, but what could Ray Leonard have done, and who could he have fought to have a better legacy than Floyd Mayweather?
I think the main thing that we all wish Ray Leonard would have did was fought the Marvelous One. We gave him a rematch, and we wish he would have fought in 15 rounds. Because you know that was a great performance in my opinion. But I know the difference between Floyd and the great Ray Leonard was Ray Leonard would leave it to doubt. Well, Floyd would have rematched him right away. You couldn't speak and say, "Oh, we think that Chico McDonough beat you. Oh, he beat me. Let's get it again. Let's go get Castillo again." Anybody that people said that Floyd lost to, He rematched him right away. And that's the one thing I wish he would have did when it came. He should have gave the Marvelous One at least 2 fights. I mean, at least 2 fights. But to give him one and then never fight him again, to me, that's his biggest thing.
And BVO, to follow that up, are there any fighters that you feel like Ray Leonard could have fought that he avoided or didn't fight that people were calling for? Do you have any context in that aspect?
I only could say I wish he would have gave Roberto Duran more time to get back in shape instead of making him come down, 30 pounds in a month. But that's just a mere bag of shells. And the thing I'm just saying is just him, what he did with the Marvelous One, to me is the biggest indictment against his career, that he didn't get a man a rematch. He didn't fight him 15 rounds. Those are just some of the big things I think will be glaring on Sugar Ray Leonard's resume for me.
Okay, thank you for your answer, man. That's all I got, Zone.
All right. Now, Talisa Bales, most respected queen in YouTube, right? She asked, who has the better welterweight career historically, or who was the better welterweight historically in you guys' opinion? We'll start with Snake, and then we'll go with BVO. Based on the guy that you're presenting, your guy.
Did you just call me Snake? Is this Escape from New York? Escape from LA? And Snake Plissken right now? Okay. I'll be
Snake like a draft. Like you go, then he go. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, of course it's going to be Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard is considered to be one of the best welterweights alive. I mean, to ever lace them up, right? Not just, but when you have the Wilfred Benitez's, the unifications with Hearns, the fights with Duran, there's just nothing on Floyd's resume that can fuck with that.
BVO, it's on you.
When you talk about beating Marquez, you talk about beating Manny Pacquiao, you talk about beating Robert the Ghost Ferreira coming off his big win. I mean, it's just overall, I would say that I really can't say that there's been a better welterweight than Floyd. Only you would have to go back to like Henry Armstrong, maybe Sugar Ray Robinson to kind of get a better welterweight. Because also remember, he was 30 pounds. He was fighting guys probably 20, 30 pounds bigger than him. Because Floyd's a very small man. So for him to do what he did, the fact that he was able to be so effective with one hand at welterweight like he did, to me, makes him the best welterweight.
All right. That concludes the judges' questions and the chat questions. What we will do is you guys are good to go, BVO and Smoke, right? We didn't leave no stones unturned because I want to have the judges render their verdict after we present the close. So do you got anything to add in there before we go to your closing statement?
Nope.
Okay, you good, BVO?
I'm good. I just want to tell everybody I appreciate you guys giving the opportunity to get this opportunity to debate you guys. I look up to you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, so go ahead, BVO. You got the close. You are, the challenger. So close with your final argument. Say everything that your heart desire to conclude this debate, and then Smoke, you'll follow up with that, and then we'll have the judges render their verdict.
So there's a lot of things that I can do. I'm not going to try to get into an intellectual conversation. I know my opponent has been doing that, using every $5 word he can think of to bring up in this conversation. But I'll just say this. When we talk about Floyd Mayweather Jr., this guy revolutionized boxing. You say, how did you say that? Because the man not only put on the best shows, he fought the best. There's never been a time you can say Floyd didn't fight the best. And just to bring a little example of how great Floyd was, Smoke, my opponent, wants him to fight a guy like Triple G, wants him to fight a guy like Winky Wright. Again, that's almost 50 pounds bigger than him. So you want him to be Superman. At the end of the day, everybody has a limit. There's no way a guy who's coming from, everybody's not going to be Roberto Duran. Everybody's not going to be able to do that. I mean, Roberto Duran's hands were like big as a small snapping turtle. He had huge hands, big guy, big old guy. He could do it. Floyd was a small guy. He really couldn't do it. But the thing was, anybody who had a great performance, Floyd went in there and he kicked ass. And I just got to say, I'm just glad that I was able to represent Floyd, because this guy has just revolutionized boxing. And on top of that, we gotta thank him for making Vegas an attraction again for boxing. Because of Floyd Mayweather, Vegas again was revigorated with him. Now we know Vegas as a destination to go for big time boxing, and I can do nothing but thank Floyd Mayweather for that. And that's what I got to say. Thank you, Smoke, for taking the challenge, and I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, my closing is first thanks to everyone for lending an ear and your mind, and for the questions and the interaction on this topic. It's funny how these guys, the guys who are retired, are still making noise. I like it, and I like the way the YTBC is still honoring these guys who have given us so many special moments in the ring and been really a part of our lives as a result. When talking about the legacy of Sugar Ray Leonard, it starts in the amateurs, excellence, overcoming the odds, restoring not just restoring America back to its place in boxing, right? Because we've just been ravaged in the Olympics for year after year because of the changing political scheme and the way that guys were training and all that stuff. But beyond that thing, like, they were part of the most successful boxing team of anybody, not just restoring excellence to the American program, but showing what excellence can look like from any program. Like, that is the exemplary team for all of boxing. That 1976 team, and Sugar Ray Leonard is one of the guys who led the way on that, in that particular tournament. When it comes down to, the legendary fights, taking risks, being the underdog, showing guys how to not get exploited by the game, giving us just legendary nights, give us all these special moments. I feel like when it comes to the legacy of Sugar Ray Leonard, it's not just the fights of the years, it's not just the fighters of the years, it's not just the giving commentary about the fights of the year. It's about how he has dedicated himself to the growth in the sport, for the growth of the sport for everyone, not just self-aggrandizing and enriching himself. So at the end of the day, the reason why Sugar Ray Leonard's legacy has a greater impact on boxing more than Floyd Mayweather's, because he cared about boxing more than Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather was into it for his family's name, for his own personal glory, and he brought a lot to it. The only problem with that is part of that glory of his family name got Sugar Ray Leonard's fingerprints all over it. It either has his fingerprints, either has his handprints upside his dad's head, or he has his mouth all over Rogers' fights too. At the end of the day, Sugar Ray Leonard knows he's at the end of the day, Floyd Mayweather knows he is a Sugar Ray Leonard baby. He knows that he owes his accolades, a lot of his success to Sugar Ray Leonard, to not just the efforts of Sugar Ray Leonard as a fighter, but specifically because he beat up on his family members and called his family members' most important fights, right? So, shout out to Floyd, great Hall of Famer, I think an ATG in his own right, but there's only one living, the greatest living boxer of all time. That's Sugar Ray Leonard.
All right, awesome debate. Now, without further ado, this is what you guys are waiting for. I can hear the drum rolls in everybody's head. We'll start with the OG, the senior guy, Mr. Shelton Moore. How do you see this debate, and who do you have winning? You got the floor.
Thanks, fellas, for your time and energy. Great debate. Both of you guys had great points. As I stated in the beginning, I'm looking for delivery and facts. And in my opinion, Get the Smoke came with more facts. I asked a couple specific questions just to reiterate that thought process. And, Smoke had the facts. BVO did. The BVO put up a great challenge. He made a great argument for Floyd, but in the end, Smoke came with facts. I got to give it to Smoke.
Okay, that's one. Forget this smoke. We're gonna go to the young bull YB in the building, man. Tell us how you had it. Who you got winning the debate?
I just want to say, man, shout out to both guys for getting up here and actually, debating in front of an audience, man. It's a lot tougher. It seems it's a lot tougher under pressure. But I would go with Smoke because I feel like when I asked specific questions, and one of them when I asked the BVO, I said, who is the greater? Who would you have as a higher all-time great, Roberto Duran or Pacquiao? Even BVO, who is arguing for Floyd, told me that Roberto Duran is a better win than Manny Pacquiao and has a better legacy than Manny Pacquiao. So when I look at those type of things, and then Smoke articulated that Sugar Ray Leonard laid the groundwork for Floyd to be the money man when BVO was saying Floyd is the money man, generated this amount of money. And Floyd laid the groundwork for saying, well, Sugar Ray came out the Olympics and didn't sign with a long-term deal with any promoter. He had investors and came his own way. So then those things start. And then when that question was asked, who can you name the wins when they were underdogs? When BVO says that Floyd took on the tough challenges, but as Smoke pointed out, he never fought anybody as an underdog. To me, that speaks volumes. And when Smoke says he has more all-time, more consensus ATGs on his resume, that kind of did it for me. So I'm gonna go with Smoke on this one. I think Smoke convinced me that Ray Leonard has the best legacy out of the two.
All right. And last but not least, Big Phil Walker, aka The Fix. How did you see it, and who you have winning the debate?
Yeah, man. First of all, it was a good debate, man. Both guys came with some knowledge, dropped some jewels on us. But personally, for me, I'm gonna go with Get the Smoke, and for this reason right here. In his the last round where he wrapped everything up, he put a nice little bow on it, man. He went through the things that he had listed in each previous round to say what exactly a legacy is. And when you just say those things out loud and you think about Sugar Ray Leonard, he does have a outstanding legacy, and he touches a lot of different avenues in boxing. The thing that stood out to me is that when he said he cares about boxing, and he's dedicated his life to it, that really illuminated to me, because that's what legacy is all about. He's going to be remembered for several things that Get the Smoke mentioned in his last round. And that's what really stood out big time to me, because Floyd Mayweather, as he mentioned, is about himself and advancing his family name, right? Is that true? I don't know, but Get the Smoke said it, so I'm gonna roll with it. You understand what I'm saying? BVO didn't say anything to negate what Get the Smoke said, so I felt that, and I absolutely understood it, because sports is the selfless thing, man. You have to do a lot of different things, upset a lot of different people, but at the end of the day, you got to dedicate yourself to the sport. And I think when he explained that at the end, I think that's the vibe that Sugar Ray Leonard gives off. Outside of that, I think both guys made some outstanding points. The Olympic gold was real heavy. That's just what it was for me, man.
Hold on, Phil. You said the Olympic gold was real. Yeah, you said the Olympic gold was real heavy.
The Olympic gold was heavy, man. So that's how I came up with my verdict, man. And I gotta Get the Smoke.
All right. So this is what we'll do, real quick. Smoke, drop your Cash App in a private chat if you desire to have the $50. We finna get ready to celebrate you.
Let's roll it over to the next time.
Yes, sir. We will do that. We finna celebrate you here in a minute, and we're gonna get a recap. We do the post-fight analysis here as well too, and I'll open it up for everybody to speak their personal piece. Now, BVO, what do you think Is there concessions? Do you want to get back in it? You want to rematch? What do you think? How do you think you performed?
I'll just say this was it was a great opportunity. I feel like I didn't get a fair shake. I didn't know we were talking about his commentating career, but I don't want to be like Smoke. Hey, congratulations, you won, and I appreciate having an opportunity to debate you, man. But I feel like I got shafted in this one.
Okay, no doubt, BVO. Let me give you a suggestion. When you challenge someone or you want to debate somebody, this is some advice. Make sure that you take the time out to study. Make sure that you on time, because you on time, you're late. Be in the right uniform, be in the proper place and time. Make sure that your equipment is good to go. You also got to think about when you say fair shake, right? Because you're talking about the platform, right? So I have to address that to make sure that we get that in order, because I don't want nobody to leave here with any misconception. Because the champ is now Smoke. The judges have spoken. I had no influence on that, no impact. You got to be on time. That's one. Second of all, you got to study. And 3, you got to be ready. And 4, you got to be able to, if you're going to talk that talk, you got to walk that walk. All right? That's fair enough. I understand what you're saying. But when we say legacy, it is your responsibility to bring everything to the table. That's the same thing the community told Smoke. And that's the same thing the community going to tell you. All right, man. Have a good day, man. Next time. But you in the rankings, though. Hold on. Don't get it twisted now. 4 of y'all have debated, and I'm going to Smoke is Undisputed, and I'm going to rank you guys based on how you performed here in this chat. You, Kush, Truth, and obviously Smoke. So you're still ranked. Don't go away. You still got an opportunity. I'm still give you some bread, man, if you come in here and win. It ain't no hard feelings. Do your thing, and man, have a good day.
Hold on, real quick. He about to leave? I thought we was gonna do a recap. Oh, okay.
No. What he got it. I allowed the people who debated. I allowed them to get off so other people could come in and they can talk about. They had their airtime. He finna enjoy the rest of his day. He been on his debate, man. He gotta do his thing. So we'll recap. All right. Have a good day, BVO. I'll meet you, sir. Okay. He gone. All right, man. Now,
my bad, Zona. I just want to say I apologize if you felt like you didn't get a fair shake. I think everybody tried to judge it fair as could be.
No. The platform y'all did. Listen, let me tell you something. We finna recap on that. Oh, y'all boys, I am impressed. That man, damn what he talking about. I fuck with him, but damn that shit, I got some. Woo, y'all boys, boy, I was sweating over here like, damn, I'm glad that ain't me. But we gotta do our boy some respect. Man. Come on, get Smoke. Talk your shit, man. You are the man, dog. Yeah. Smoke.
Man, listen. I've been listening to these dudes talk about Sugar Ray Leonard like this dude ain't in the booth. Like, what the hell is happening? Like, all this dude did was lace him up and take punches to the face. Come on, guys. This is boxing. Boxing needs all hands on deck, and Sugar Ray Leonard has been amazing. Stop with this whole nonsense about it. And the quality over quantity debate. Yeah. Anyway, come better. I went to places that people wouldn't think to go and should have been going this entire time. I know it's surprising that somebody's bringing it up for the first time, but it shouldn't be. There was a hellified debate. I'm in here sweating, really. It's not. I had to put in some work. But research, perspective, understanding, and also put some goddamn respect on Sugar Ray Leonard. Stop fronting.
All right. You also challenged boxingologists. I like that. Smoke is the undisputed champion. No excuses. No foul play. We're not talking about how you feel. We're talking about what's real. Man, let me drop the link for anybody that is ready to talk. Let me say this, because I got to appreciate everybody, and I'm going to let y'all have it. I'm not too easily impressed, man. But my God, Jesus Christ. YB, man. Them goddamn questions. Man, you can't, boy, that shit was, boy. I was like, man, I goddamn. Phil, them questions OG them questions. I said, God damn, this gonna determine the debate. A lot of people gonna be scared of that portion of the debate. See, that cut out that bullshit right there. My God, I'm impressed, man. Hey, listen, Phil Walker, but when you hit, all thing I'm gonna say is I appreciate y'all and the questions, even from Bruce Gas from the previous debate. Man, those were great questions. And Mark, boy, those was great questions. The chat, great questions. That round 2 is where you really make your bread and butter. Other than that, I'm finna drop the link. Man, I'm finna get me some water. Y'all motherfuckers, I kind of was asking the questions like, shit, what if that was me? God damn, Phil, you asking this motherfucker all kind of shit. Mark, god damn, god damn, boy. Whew. But
Yeah, we both got stumped on that round. We both had some. Hey, those are some stumpers.
Hey man, let me say this real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
Let me say this real quick, man. When he said he lost to Terry Norris, right? Like that was like a bad loss or something. I'm thinking to myself, like, man, fucking Terry Norris is
Somebody got some feedback. Somebody got some feedback over you. I think it's Rollo.
oh.
Yeah, y'all mute when somebody else talking, just mute so we won't even have that issue. Go ahead, you got the floor, Phil. Go ahead.
Yeah, nah, man. When he mentioned like the loss against Terry Norris, I was thinking to myself, I need to know if because obviously it's Smoke's job to catch stuff like that. So I didn't want to. I asked a question, I let him answer it, and then whatever answer he gave is what he gave. You understand what I'm saying? But I would have went in on him on the Terry Norris thing. You understand what I'm saying? Because I mean, Terry Norris is fucking ridiculous, man. 16 title defenses, 4-time champ. Like I don't know. I mean, that's pretty heavy, man. 2 different divisions. So look, bro, at the end of the day, I kind of would have leaned in on that. And because you had an opportunity at the end, Smoke, when the guy asked you if I think it was YB asked you if it affects his legacy at all. And the answer to both of those are fucking absolutely not. Those guys went on to be great boxers, great competitors. So look, man, it was a great debate, man. Like Vaughn said, I think people are going to be terrified of that particular portion of the debates because you're going to have to know your stuff, man. And you're going to have to know these guys' resumes. And when you're talking and you make these points, people get to challenge those points. And if you don't know them, that can backfire on you. But at the same time, as judges, we need to be careful about the questions that we ask because a lot of this stuff is up to the debater to catch these things and bring them up in the rebuttal round, the closing arguments, or whatever the case may be, the back and forth. Just wanted to put that out there.
All right, let's go to OG Blood because everybody else been kind of getting that airtime. So let's ask. Hold on, was somebody saying something? I hear feedback. Who's trying to say something?
No, I was just gonna say that's the reason I asked that question because the man said he didn't fight that Ray didn't fight anybody coming off their best win when clearly Thomas Hearns fought Ray coming off a 2-round stoppage of a welterweight champion named Pepino Cuevas who had 12 title defenses, who was a monster. So that's why I said that you need to do your research before you come to these debates because when you debate somebody like Smoke gonna cover his bases. If you don't know nothing else about Smoke gonna cover his bases.
Yeah,
that was a great question. Great question. Look, we're gonna get back to everybody that's been talking, but let's get 2 guys in here that hasn't talked yet. They've been listening. Blood, then Rollo Green. What's your thoughts, Blood? And then Rollo Green, you go after Blood. Go ahead, Blood.
Hey man, I missed the majority of the debate. In fact, I only got to hear the closing, but it's a really good debate, man. Sugar Ray Leonard versus Floyd Mayweather. I think personally, now that the debate is over with, that Floyd Mayweather is an overrated fighter. I did a video on my page and I actually named 30 guys that Floyd Mayweather could have fought in his career that he never fought. If I'm able to come up with 30 guys for an ATG, that's a bit much. You know what I'm saying? And I was able to come up with 30 guys that he hadn't fought from the time he entered boxing until the time he left. If anybody wants to debate against Floyd, just go listen to that video right there. It's on my Blood Boxing page, and you'll get a whole bunch of information there. Also, I wanted to apologize to the panel. I didn't make it to the debate because I haven't been feeling really well, and I took some prescription. I'm sorry, Zone man. I'll tell you about it offline. But I took some prescription, man. Fell asleep, set my alarm, and slept through the damn debate. I apologize for it, but it is what it is. I know you're a military guy, so you military guys, you and Mark Nash, you can't have no excuses for you military dudes, man. But
we give waivers for old guys, women, and children, so don't worry about it.
It doesn't matter, blood. You would have voted for me anyway.
Watch your mouth, Zone. Watch your mouth now.
Hey,
I see you had some good replacements, though. I see Young Billionaire on here too, which I know him.
Shit, man, I thought you was younger than Blood, man. I didn't know you. I wasn't even saying you. I thought you were 22, so I know Blood 73. I was talking to Blood, man.
I'm right behind Blood, man. I'm right behind Blood.
All right, High Flow, man. You in here? Let me see. Let me make sure I ain't miss Rollo. He dropped off. I just want to make sure.
One thing, so can I say one more thing though? This is going to be real quick. When it comes to Sugar Ray Leonard, there's a couple of problems with Sugar Ray Leonard. The haggler thing, but the biggest issue I have with Ray Leonard, and I keep telling people this, it don't have nothing to do with Aaron Pryor, is when he retired that first time, Donald Curry and Marlon Starlin were rated number 1 and 2. They were rated at the very top. Number 1 was Donald Curry. Number 2 was Marlon Starlin. Number 3 was Milton McCrory. He didn't fight none of those 3 guys. And that's the biggest problem. I don't know why people can't see it, but I guess you would have to have had your eyes on the division back then to understand that those 3 guys could have gave him some problems.
Hey, Blood, and that's an OG.
I got something for that. I didn't need to expose it, though. I didn't need to bring out my rebuttal for this one.
Hey, GTS. Hey, my bad, but I was just about to tell Blood. That's why I asked, did Sugar Ray leave some smoke in his career?
Yeah, I heard you.
And that's what I kind of, some people say Aaron Pryor, but I thought maybe Donald Curry, Starlin. I thought maybe even, because Mike McCallum wanted Hearns and them type of guys. And, Mike McCallum was starting to appear in that era as well. So I just thought it might have been some guys that Ray Leonard could have fought, but I don't feel like he touched on that enough. And that's why I asked that question because, GTS was like, well, Floyd could have fought Winky. Floyd could have fought this guy. Floyd could have fought and then guys in the chat, I'm reading now that the debate is over. Oh, Costa Zoo, this guy, you know what I mean? So Triple G or Sergio Martinez. There's guys that you felt like Floyd could have challenged himself against. And I felt like there was guys that Ray Leonard could have too, OG Blood, but there, my bad.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, High Flow. You on here? You go ahead. You got the floor.
Yeah, nice debate. Congratulations to Smoke for taking it home, being the undisputed again. That's great. 2-time undisputed in your career as a debater. So salute to you.
Just one time. He just won. No. He just one time.
Well, he had the title before.
Yeah.
I guess one time.
That's all.
One time, Lenio.
That's all. You know what's happening.
One time, Lenio.
All I need was this. The only swag I need in life is that undisputed swag. I got that.
One time, Lenio. One time, undisputed, like Terrence Crawford so far. Okay. But anyway, congratulations to you. To me, when you're going up against Ray Leonard with Floyd in a debate, you got to attack the lack of volume on the resume, and that's what the other guy BVO did not do. He didn't point out the fact that in all those years that Ray Leonard fought, he only fought in the 30s where you got Floyd ostensibly at 50 fights. Then you got, him winning all the titles that he won. And, of course, there were more available. But I thought Smoke did a pretty good job. Also, I thought, when he was saying that Ray Leonard was international, and then he pointed out Corrales and De La Hoya as the guys to illustrate that point as, Floyd fought international, there was a big hole in his game there because both of those guys were United States born Hispanics, where you had, you could have gone to the Cuban guy that which you did mention, the Cuban guy that Ray Leonard beat, plus Duran was from Panama, fucking Benitez was from Puerto Rico. So, but all in all, excellent debate, and congratulations to Smoke.
All right. What we'll do, I got a rotation right here. We're gonna blood, hype low, big say so, and then since YB and Phil kind of talking, Smoke is the king right now. We're gonna jump up to Mark Nash and then Shelton. Go ahead, big say so. What you got? Welcome to the panel.
Yo, salute to everybody on the panel, man. Shout out to Zone 6. Shout out to the chat as well, man. Hey, man, look, great debate, man. Shout out to Get the Smoke, man. OG Smoke, much respect to you, brother. You know, I thought you won the debate, in my opinion. You know, yeah, man. In my opinion, I feel like you just can't compare Floyd to Sugar Ray. I feel like Sugar Ray is just better overall. You know, he's fought better at competition. I feel like there's some guys Floyd ain't really fight. You know, but no doubt Floyd is an amazing boxer. You know, great at making adjustments, man. You know, great chin, great recovery time, accuracy. I respect Floyd, man. I respect Sugar Ray as well, but I would take Sugar Ray all day, in my opinion.
All right, Mark Nash, you got something? It's on you.
I think you had said a different order, but I'll go. I just think a couple times my brother BVO missed a couple good points. I don't know if he was misspeaking. That's why even with Smoke had left some meat on the bones too. I think Smoke won, so I guess it don't matter if he left some meat on the bone. But it was times where I thought it was nice little rebuttals people could have jumped in with, like Smoke never brought up the fact, like, yo, he didn't fight Zab Judah coming off his best win. Fought Zab Judah coming off a loss to Baltimore. And I would have loved to hear them bring that up. Also, I noticed that he was like, Floyd never had sponsors. Floyd had Reebok back in the day. Jordan brand for the Sean Bay Mitchell fight. He had sponsors back in the day. The bigger he get, the more bigger he got, the more he cut that off. Also, like, I think BVO was trying to bash the Hector Camacho win. Hector Camacho in the Hall of Fame, dog. He's in the Hall of Fame. Another thing I think BVO messed up too when he started talking about Undisputed don't matter. I think he should have reworded his answer and said, hey, look, one guy fought in the 4-belt era for Undisputed versus, you get what I'm saying? I think he could have used that to his advantage. Say, hey, Floyd fought in the 4-belt era for Undisputed. It's a lot harder. You know what I'm saying? And I think he could have worded that better. I thought he just could have did better. Also, I think somebody was like, he didn't challenge himself. I think BVO should have brought up Floyd did try to make that Winky Wright fight. And Winky Wright's promoter is on record as saying it just came down to Money. He was trying to fight Winky Wright. Winky Wright wanted a 50-50 split. At that time, Winky Wright had fought, he was coming off a lot of his best wins, and they wanted that fight, but Winky Wright wanted more money. He didn't want to be the B-side of Floyd. It was a lose-lose. So I just think it was some missed opportunities there. And yeah, I think people look and shit. I wish I don't know if Smoke brought it up because there was a lot going on, but I wish he would have brought up the. I know it's a lot to do in real time, but Sugar Ray Leonard was making big money back in the day, and I think matter of fact, Smoke did touch on it briefly, but Sugar Ray Leonard had like over $100 million in purse money back in the. Oh, he did. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Smoke said he's the first $100 million earner in the sport of boxing.
Yeah. Okay, in 1991, and the inflation, like, bro, like
that's 300 million, really. That's three. I think it's three.
Exactly.
368. It's 368.
Yeah, something like that in inflation, right? So yeah. I thought that was dope. That I know he brought it up. I don't know. I didn't hear him say the amount, but that's dope. So he did set the standard for that. But also with commentary, I think BVO should have brought up Sugar Ray Leonard wasn't the first boxer to do commentary. You get what I'm saying? He wasn't the first. It had been done before, so he wasn't the originator.
What Smoke was doing was speaking to the lineage of the commentary tradition. See, I know what Smoke was doing, and I thought it was brilliant. And I'll just leave it there because I want to keep it just plain and simple. But I think he did a wonderful job to speak to your point, Nash. I think he was just talking about the tradition of that. You know what I'm saying? What Marvin Hagler did commentary too as well too. Big George was awesome. You know what I'm saying? He did commentary on top of that with the trainers. You know, you had Manny doing commentary, and you had Paulie as a recent and Roy Jones as of recent as well too. So I mean, we've seen Keith Thurman, we see Andre Ward, and we see Timothy Bradley. Those guys are continuing that tradition. That is part of your boxing contributions, right? Which ties into you contributing to your legacy within the sport of boxing. So I did like how you asked, was he in the Hall of Fame for it? But it doesn't take away from the fact that he's a contribution toward his sport in which he participated in.
I couldn't agree more. I wish you would have, because you can't deny that what you just said. It's undeniable. So I would have leaned more on, it's not a knock on Floyd because he's not a commentator. You get what I'm saying? Like, and also I would have just make sure the audience know, hey, look, he's not a Hall of Famer for that. We're not here to talk about that. Like, it's up to you as the debater to, when somebody brings something up like that, because he said, hey, I didn't know we was debating him being a commentator. We weren't. That's what Smoke leaned on. It's your job as the debater to tear that shit down, burn it on fire, and make the audience say, why is Smoke bringing this up? And make Smoke have to do an audible and start talking about something else. That's his job. But I thought he got a fair shake. Great debate. I really enjoyed it. I'm going to make some space on the panel, let everybody else cook up. Thank you again for having me on, bro. I really enjoyed being here.
Okay, no problem. Hey, let me ask you. Salute. Hey, let me ask you about your...
And it's nothing personal. It's nothing personal about being a judge.
Smoke, 1 second. Smoke, I'm finna click in space. I just want to make sure. Is there anybody else that need to get last words out before they go, or are you guys here to stay so we can make sure we good? All right, because if you got to go, I was gonna let you guys cook. Go ahead, Smoke. You got the flow.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear up like whatever misconceptions may be lingering. It's not that I didn't want Mark Nash as a judge per se. It was just that I've never seen him judge, and I've seen the other guys judge. That was all. It wasn't like a slight against him.
It didn't matter if it was or not. You can do what you want to do. It's your debate. I just want
to make it known. Like I hang out with Mark Nash in the middle of the night. Like I have personal relationships with most people on this fucking panel that nobody else on the panel would really understand.
Right.
So
this is what doing that. Let me explain this. Right. I don't want to put any of that kind of energy into the atmosphere because it breaks down the solidification of the questions, the debate, the information. We're not poo-poo somewhere else. They grown men, they can handle it. It's all love. There's a cash prize given. We doing this with good structure and good order. It ain't no caveats to the rule. It's your debate. You're the champ. You're here now, Smoke. So you get to do what it is. It ain't no caveat.
Yeah, Mark Nash, you a bullshit judge. Straight the fuck up. Yeah, you're never judging my. Nah, I'm kidding. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's your choice. As long as you're in the debate, your combatant and your opponent agree, you don't have to explain why or why not. Just pick who you want, so you're comfortable for your debate. That's how we do it.
Hey, yo, I got some final thoughts real quick, and I got to jump. If that's all right. All right, cool. Shelton, I got to talk to you, bro. Hearns didn't go into that Leonard fight coming out the Cuevas win. There was 3 fights in between there, just so you know. I'm sure you do know that, but you might have been testing him and putting a trap in place. So I'm just going to give you the benefit of the doubt on that. But Cuevas with Hearns was 3 fights before. There were 3 fights in between there for Hearns, and he was coming off, I think, a Paez or something.
You talking about Cueva or Baez?
Well, this way.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, Randy Shields and Baez. But anyway.
Hold on, Hyplo, before you do that and then jump off. No, pause right there.
Okay.
He asked him what was a victory. He, the debater, I like that Sheldon did a great job because we ain't trying to be eggheads and the judges are not trying to debate the debaters. He left it open for room for him to comb through that.
Right.
He's supposed to say what you're saying now, or he could have just said, I would have just said Pepino Cuevas when he knocked him and the dudes did all that.
Like a rubber band, yeah.
That's the most best performance is iconic. Anything in between that, yeah, that's for us nerds. But that was a good question. So
no, it was a good question. But I just wanted to make sure that was clear. It wasn't right before the Leonard fight. But anyway, great stuff. I enjoy being on. Amazing panel, bro. Zone, salute to you for having such an awesome panel, and salute to young Billy, Blood, Smoke, Say So, Major Key, and everybody, and Shelton as well. All right, later.
All right, man. Have a good day. All right, have low. All right, Major Keys, you just jumped in, so let me get you in rotation so you won't be waiting. Go ahead, man. What's your thoughts and what you want to speak on?
Well, I appreciate that because actually I just want to make one comment, then I'm out. But no, I appreciate the debate. Very lengthy, very, very detailed. I know there were questions asked that, caught people off guard, but you know what I'm saying? Like they both handled it like gentlemen. And you know what I'm saying? Shout out to both of them. Smoke is going to be smoke. You know what I'm saying? I don't particularly know the other guy. But he was definitely bringing his shit too. You know what I'm saying? There's just some questions sometimes you're going to get that throw you off. Not everybody knows all of the details about every single thing of every single sport. So the fact that they were able to articulate though their points when they were trying to make points, great stuff. You know what I'm saying? I enjoyed it. I was on and off because I got my daughters coming over for summer break. But you know what I'm saying? Like everything that I heard was on point. So shout out to you gentlemen. Get the smoke. We debate all the time and I love you. You know what I'm saying? But that was a good argument, man. And I got to give both of y'all props. That's all. Peace.
You said you got your daughters coming over. That might be half of Florida. Like, go ahead.
You might be right though. You might. Hey, some from Oakland.
All right. So listen, Smoke. What we'll do? You get to do your victory lap. I'm gonna allow you to retire because this second portion is for people who want to talk about the debate. And I don't want it to be an imbalance where BVO is not here and you're here. So I want to give room for these guys to talk because BV is out. But I'm allowing you because you're the motherfucking undisputed man to talk your shit, call out some people, reiterate the point. We had a guy jump in here and jump in your ring. And, we had Shane Mosley jump in your shit. And I expect you to go ahead and make his neck stiff and have him saying, I don't know what happened. So go ahead, man. Talk your shit, Big Smoke. We got the belts for you right here. Go ahead.
All right. So I appreciate your justification for kicking me off the panel yet again. But when it comes right down to it, it's straight up. All you people who feel like you got smoke for smoke, don't choke. I'm here. I pull up. The win, lose, or draw, I got my facts in order. I'm ready to go for as long as you feel like you can go for it. If you want to give up, if you want to hide behind other people, if you want to hide behind whatever rules or ideas that you think are supposed to be, I guess how things are supposed to go. I'm a wild child. If you don't step up, if you can't keep up. The Undisputed is in the building, baby. You can tell me I'm swagless. You can tell me how bland I am. You can call me milquetoast. You can say I use words that nobody should use. Period. Do all that shit. But do that shit while you're challenging me and then stand up to what happens afterwards. I'm out of this bitch, bitches. Undisputed swag champ. Motherfuckers, deal with it.
Yes, sir. All right, get the smoke, the champ. All right, man. The panel is that boy on one. I like that. So Bruce Gas, go ahead. It's an open panel, man. Give me your thoughts on the debate. I'm gonna open it up for other people. Y'all go ahead and cook and do y'all thing.
I enjoyed listening to it, bro. This is my era. This is the era that I consider myself an expertise in, and I heard a few not quite so accurate facts there, but for the most part, everything was right on, and it wasn't so much of a debate. It was more of a discussion. It was two distinct topics. Which career has the most legacy? And they both presented their what they had well. But Smoke had a much easier time with Sugar Ray Leonard because, I mean, dude, the fucking legacy throughout the 80s, everybody knew who he was, man. Your grandmother knew who he was. Now, don't get me wrong, Floyd also, but it's a different level. If you can transcend fucking boxing without the internet to help you, then there's something big right there. But man, great debate, a lot of fun. So I'm just coming up here for a little bit to just to stop and say hello.
Always a pleasure, Bruce. You're my guy, man.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Bruce Gas. But yeah, man. I know it was a hell of a debate.
Yeah, man. Zone, you got an all-star panel up here, man. You got some really good guys who took part in this. The OG, Shelton Moore, young billionaire, the two guys who debated, all the judges, man. Mark Nash, that's my boy too, man. You got a good thing going over here, man. I hope the debates continue over here, man. And I promise, don't count me out as a judge, man. Make sure you ask me again, because this is something that happened once in a lifetime to me, man. So don't count me out, Zone Big Dog.
Hey, well, look, the good news about that is the judges, the opponents select the judge, and a lot of people respect your blood, so your name comes up often. So this is why you come to the panel, man, and this is why people respect your judgment. You know what I mean? And that's what it's all about, making the opponents feel comfortable.
It was a little unprofessional though, man. But man, I never had no shit like this before. I'm just real sorry I didn't make it. It was a little real unprofessional, man. But it won't happen again, guys. I promise that. Once again, with Sugar Ray Leonard, man, listen. I think with a debate like Floyd Mayweather versus Sugar Ray Leonard, like Young Billionaire said, man, you have to know the flaws on both guys. And there are some flaws with Sugar Ray Leonard. When Sugar Ray Leonard retired from the welterweight division, and Bruce, he knows the names that I'm talking about. Marlon Starlin was rated, and Donald Curry was rated, and they were fighting for the USBA and NABF. They had a unification with the USBA and the NABF. Donald Curry won that fight against Marlon Starlin, but it was a controversial win. And then you had Milton McCrory picking up one of the other straps. So there was a lot of heat in the welterweight division. Mark Breland would soon enter. There was a whole bunch of welterweights coming into the game. And during that time period, if Leonard had stuck around after that injury, which maybe it's a good thing he didn't with the detached retina, but if you could have beat some of the guys who came around after he left the division, he left with some top guys, with some major welterweights in the top 5. And, he took the easy route, man. In my opinion, that could always be looked at for Sugar Ray Leonard. There is some flaws with Ray Leonard, man. A lot of people don't see it, but if you Bruce, you can speak on this, man, right? Bruce, he took a fight with Bruce Finch, right? When you had, and he took a fight with, even when he came back and he fought Kevin Howard. Okay, that's cool, but the Bruce Finch fight should have been either Milton McCrory, Donald Curry, or Marlon Starlin. Well, he should have fought one of them instead of fighting Bruce Finch. He took an easy fight with Bruce Finch, and Bruce Finch was beat by Donald Curry. So I didn't never really understand that. Plus, Finch had also been destroyed by Thomas Hearns. Even guys like Larry Bonds had knocked out Bruce Finch. So he took an easy fight in that Bruce Finch fight, and he was criticized for that. And then Ray Leonard went on to become an announcer over at CBS Sports, and he admitted when he was it was at CBS, and he admitted that he was glad he got no parts of Donald Curry or Marlon Starlin. He said it on TV. In fact,
I heard him say it. And the thing about Leonard too, bro, the detached retina. It's not like it is today. They didn't have the laser surgery. It was a career-ending injury, And if you went back in the ring with a detached retina, you had a bullseye on your face. So there was, there was a lot of apprehension there for Leonard to get back in the ring. Everybody wanted to see the rematch with Thomas Hearns, but dude, he looked like a cyclops when that fight was over.
Hey, but Bruce, you remember what Marlon Starlin said when you had him on the show when we asked him why the Leonard fight never materialized? And basically, Marlon Starlin said through a few sparring sessions and word of mouth, Leonard wanted no parts of him, and Leonard admitted that he didn't want to fight Marlon Starlin and Donald Curry, and nobody never talks about this stuff. He said it on national TV.
Well, let me ask you a question, and we're gonna get Wayne talking here because he jumped and buckle up. Let me ask you a question, Blood. Now I know I don't know how you want to do it, but I do know you said you wanted to belt. Is that still a goal of yours to get these belts?
Nah, I think I'm gonna leave the belts for y'all. I'm gonna take the historian route, man, and I'm too busy on my documentaries, man.
I agree. I agree. I'm in the same space, so I'm rocking with it. Okay, so we're gonna let y'all keep cooking. But Wayne talk, you just jumped on. Buckle up. You just jumped on. Go ahead, Wayne, talking, and go ahead, buckle up.
No, what I was saying about when people got to understand when you debate a legacy, every event in your every event that happens in the boxing circles is part of your legacy. So when Leonard was doing the commentating, that's part of his legacy. Guess what? When the fights come on, uh, Jim Lampley will be like, "Hey, I'm here with my partner, such and such," or Al Bernstein will say, "I'm here with my partner, such and such." So the commentators are just as important as the boxing event itself. So when Ray Leonard was doing those commentating for boxing events, that's part of his legacy. So when people want to debate legacy, they have to go look up the definition of the word legacy. From when you are born until you die, everything in between is part of your legacy. Good, bad, ugly, indifferent, all that stuff is part of your legacy. So I want these young debaters to understand when you debate legacy, everything is on the table.
It's a good point. Buckle up.
What it do, fellas?
What's going on? It's on you.
What it do? Buckle up.
Can y'all hear me?
What's happening?
You
Yo,
can
bro.
can you hear me, Zone?
Yeah, we can hear you. Everybody can hear you. We just
Oh,
want to
all
know
right,
you.
okay, all right. What's up, bro? How y'all feeling, man?
We
Hey,
good.
yeah, I was listening to as far as the Sugar Ray. Y'all was talking about the Sugar Ray and Floyd, right? Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I respect Floyd resume, but I definitely respect Sugar Ray resume a whole lot more. Yeah, I feel like Sugar Ray. It was just and plus somebody brought something up earlier too. That era ain't have the internet, so it was a lot harder to make yourself to put yourself in the position that he put himself in. And he definitely became a household name that, like he said, even people grandmother knew him. A lot of people know Floyd did the same thing, but Sugar Ray, I respect Sugar Ray resume more. I respect Floyd resume too, though, for real. Though. Like I think Floyd got a good resume. It's a lot of people on there, like they say that Floyd ain't fight though. Like I even got a video about who Floyd, a lot of the a lot of fights that Floyd ain't wasn't in that he should have been in, from 130 all the way up, starting at 130. So and like I heard Young Bill was saying, young Billy was saying that Floyd, I mean that Sugar Ray had a few people on his resume that he ain't fight, which he did. It was a few people on Sugar Ray resume that fights that ain't get made, but it ain't nowhere near as many as Floyd resume though. That's all.
All right, no doubt, man. It's open, man. It's an open panel, man. Y'all keep cooking on the subject. Y'all can talk about. Listen, I'll say this in about 30 minutes, just to keep it at 4 hours even, to keep it crispy and clean. We got 30 minutes. We can go on anything. You guys can start talking about the Josh Taylor TO victory. We can keep going on the debate. We got the Darenchenko and the Mongia fight that took place. What you guys thoughts about on that boxing talk, man? Deontay Wilder's supposed to be fighting AJ in December.
Hey, I want to say one more thing about the Mayweather, the whole Mayweather thing. Okay, look, I thought Oscar De La Hoya did a better job when he was the cash cow. I thought he fought better names and fought and challenged himself more when he was the cash cow. He fought guys like Sugar Shane Mosley twice, Chavez twice. He fought guys like Bernard Hopkins. He fought Trinidad. He fought a lot of guys, in my opinion, that he challenged himself when he was the cash cow. When he had the baton of being a cash cow, I thought he took more risks. I thought Mayweather took less risk once he became the cash cow. He took more risk before he was the cash cow, but when he became the cash cow, he took less risk. The two opponents that I really liked that he fought was Cotto and Canelo. Robert Guerrero, Berto, Maidana twice, Victor Ortiz, Conor McGregor. Yeah, I just thought when they had the baton between those two that De La Hoya did a better job at the cash cow fighting guys that he had to take risks with, because we got to realize this too. If anybody could have fought anybody that they wanted to, and it was a media darling, and could have kind of skated through his career without taking risks, that's Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya could have took that baton and did whatever he wanted with it. He didn't have to. He didn't really have to take risks because people was gonna come to his fights. People was gonna buy his favorite views. He was a media darling, so people was giving him outs. So, like I said, De La Hoya had a stellar career. He didn't win all his big fights, but he did have a stellar career. But I just thought he did better with the baton, and he also fought my fault. He fought my guy Pernell Whitaker too. So he to me he took more risk with the baton than Mayweather did.
Fighting Tito too, bro. Like, man, when you fight,
Right.
when
I
you,
mean,
you fight B Hop too at middleweight. Sure. Hey, look, bro. He took some tough challenges, man. Even young Fernando. It was some guys in there. Yoey Boy Compass. Like, De La Hoya had some.
Yeah, he
He got
got
a
to kill
resume. He got a resume. Win, lose, or draw. He got a resume.
You want me to tell you? You want me to tell you the 4 fighters, the main 4 that Floyd didn't fight that bother me, that still bother me to this day. Fights I wanted real bad from the beginning. I wanted Floyd and Casamayor in unification. I wanted Floyd and Acelino Freitas and unification. Even one of them. I wanted him to finish up that division right there. And then both of them came to 135. They fought at 130 and 135 together. I was very frustrated with them fights not getting made. And then another fight that didn't get made, I was frustrated with him not fighting Costas at 140. And then my 4th fighter was Paul Williams. So they the 4 that I had a problem with fights not happening. Those fights right there.
Yeah, he also didn't. He also made his presence felt at 154. He came into that division, didn't fight. Okay, so we know what happened with Winky Wright. There was Vernon Forrest there. Erislan Delore tried for several years to get a fight with Floyd Mayweather. He was calling him out. Floyd Mayweather never wanted that Erislan Delore fight, and Delore could have presented some problems for him, just his style of fighting. Demetrius Andrade was at 154 for a period of time, and he did call Floyd Mayweather out, but he acted like he didn't know who he was. So there was a lot of fighters he didn't fight, man. But
man, even you know what, Blood, even the Kell Brook fight. I know at the end of his career, instead of the Berto fight for Undisputed, that would have been something that you can't take away. That would have been something that you have on Floyd's resume that he didn't do, which was become Undisputed. You know, and when you're talking about a legacy debate, I know people say like, you know, BVO and other guys, like some people feel like the belts don't matter, but in a legacy, being the only champion in your division, that's huge. That's huge. I don't care what anybody says on that. And if you have a chance, and Floyd had that opportunity, Floyd could have made Kell Brook fight. You know what I mean? It didn't matter. But after he fought Pacquiao, he said, I'm gonna have a victory lap and I'm gonna fight Berto, whatever, or I'm gonna fight a Kareem Mayfield. But he could have went out with Kell Brook, and he would have been favored in winning that fight. And had he beat Kell Brook, but that's undisputed.
Yeah, he called Kareem Mayfield out over and gave us an option with Kareem Mayfield and Andre Berto when Kell Brook was right there with a belt. And this is a prime Kell Brook who had not been the retina had never been detached at this time. It would have been nice to have that on his resume. That's
real with you.
You're kind of breaking up, Phil.
Hey, Phil, I couldn't hear you. Was that Phil trying to talk?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Y'all can hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I could give you a better one than that, man. I think Tim Bradley was a fight that should have happened. Seemed like it was, but for whatever reason, that deal fell apart. Tim Bradley spoke on it briefly. But I wanted Floyd Mayweather to get that work too, man, to be honest with you. So
yeah, because you have 2 Hall of Famers in the same era. How many people have ever heard of that? You have 2 Hall of Famers from the welterweight division from the same era that never fought. There's no other era you could go to where there's 2 Hall of Famers in the same division that didn't fight. If there is, well, I mean, maybe you could say Lennox Lewis and
Riddick Bowe. Yeah, I was gonna say
that's about it.
Yeah, Riddick Bowe and Riddick Bowe and Lennox Lewis. That's silly stuff that they pulled off. And that's in the same era. Floyd, man, for me, I just think he missed Casamayor, Paul Williams, And I heard Nash say something about Winky Wright, but I want to see the information on that because I remember they was on a panel, and I remember Floyd just saying that that weight class was too big for him at the time. And then the time that Floyd Mayweather did venture up to 154, Winky Wright was pretty much phasing out and had moved up to 160 to challenge Jermaine Taylor. So with Nash, I was kind of curious to see what time frame he was talking about because, yeah, go ahead.
The time frame he was talking about was when Floyd was still at 40 and he threw his name out there, and it actually did have a meeting and whatever. But I need to find that article for you, Zone, because I don't know the particulars. It's been so long since I read it, so I'm gonna read it and send it to you.
Yeah, because I remember Floyd
I need to do some more research too.
Yeah, because I remember Floyd. I remember seeing a telecast. This is when Winky Wright was the man at 154, and he had bet on himself against Shane Mosley and had beat Tito Trinidad. Floyd Mayweather wasn't even in the mix like that to be saying that he could challenge Winky Wright. Now I remember they had them both on a panel and they was speaking about it and they was just saying it from a pound for pound perspective. And Winky Wright said, "Yeah, that's my little brother, but if he want to get it, he can. But I think this too big for him." And they asked Floyd. Floyd said, "Yeah, I'm just trying to get up to 147." It was his introduction to 147, let alone jumping up to 154, because they were saying would he jump up from 140 to 154 to challenge Winky Wright, like how Shane Mosley did and how some of the other greats did with jumping up 2 weight classes. Now, I have to see that article about Floyd actually pursuing a fight with Winky Wright. Now, I know Winky Wright was trying to get Oscar De La Hoya, and De La Hoya was notorious for not trying to fight Winky Wright for whatever reasons. But I just don't remember Floyd moving forward, pressing forward with no Winky Wright fight ever. I just don't remember that.
Yeah, bam, you guys dropped the mic there on that one.
Yo,
I'm just saying.
Ain't nobody got nothing else to say. I guess we need to something else.
Yeah, because like I'm saying, he's talking about 04. Because I'm saying I'm in high school and I remember this stuff vividly, right? I remember Winky Wright being the man. I remember he was in like Jamie Foxx videos, that Florida boy with the Caesar cut. He was like making waves, man.
He was in the movies. He was in belly. He had a little appearance of belly.
Yeah, I don't remember. Floyd wasn't even relevant at that time. Like Floyd was Floyd was still trying to get out of his contract with Bob Arum, and people gotta understand, man, this Floyd Mayweather thing didn't literally come until 2007 May. Like before that, you knew who Floyd was, but he was no different from Eric Morales and Marco Antonio Barrera. I would even argue Hamed was a little bit more popular than him at the time. Like I think sometimes about these 2000s, the heavyweight division was kind of weak, right, in the 2000s, especially after Leonard retired. But I remember the early 2000s being great for middleweight from 154 up to 160. A lot of people sleep on it. You talking about Jermaine Taylor, you talking about Winky Wright, they fought each other. Cortez had left and went up there, dyed his hair blonde, and started fighting at 160. Man, you talking about Kawasaki, you talking about Jeff Lacey. The big guys was at 160 to 154 to 168. Oscar De La Hoya had went up there. Trinidad had established himself up there. Fernando Vargas was up there. Shane Mosley even jumped up to get a piece of the pie. At this time, it wasn't shit really at 147 except Antonio Margarito. That's why De La Hoya and Mayweather fought at 154. 147, a lot of people try to, give Floyd all this credit for jumping up, but Floyd had been chasing De La Hoya. Floyd had been asking for the fight. So it's not like Mayweather. So just the thing, I give credit to Mayweather for chasing after the De La Hoya fight, but I'm not finna give him credit because he got A-sided as well. I'm not gonna do both. The dude jumped up, he had been chasing De La Hoya since damn near 126, 135, saying that he wanted to fight this guy, and that's what it was. So I don't know. Since the dude damn near been at featherweight, 130. Obviously he did his thing at 130, but before that, it was lower. So 130, he was chasing him. Because remember, he said at 130, hey man, I want to break Joe Lewis's record, and I want to break it at featherweight, at super feather. And he had a good run. He had eight fights on that shit. He had beat Manfredi, who was Diablo back then, and he didn't just beat Corrales. He Fernando Hernandez. He had a good run down there. So I don't know, man. I think
when he moved up, there was more than Margarito there. There was Paul Williams that already pretty much established himself. Sergio Martinez was also there. So that's two more right there that was in the atmosphere.
No, Sergio Martinez had got knocked out by Margarito at 154. Sergio Martinez, and then that wasn't the same timeline, blood, because Sergio Martinez established himself by fighting Paul Williams at 54. They had already ran Paul Williams out of the division. Mayweather was already there then. We're talking about in that space where Winky Wright was the man at 154, and Trinidad and all these guys had flooded up. The only person at 147 of credible note and notable note was your boy Margarito hiding out on the WBO side of the house.
What about Paul Williams in the IBF? When was that?
He never had the IBF. He had the WBO. He got it from Margarito. And before that the timeline is not the same, because remember, Cotto was still at 140. He was fighting Ricardo Torres and all of them. Ricky Hatton was still at 140. Timothy Bradley was emerging at 140. Carmen Centron was at 147. Paul Williams was on the rise to become somebody good at 147. So that timeline and that trajectory where Floyd Mayweather was this big, massive draw when these guys was on the rise, that was not true, because Floyd skipped over a lot of them guys and went straight to De La Hoya. That's what gave him the cash cowism. Because at 147, when he jumped up there and fought Jab Judah and cleared up the Corey Spinks run from the Vernon Forrest run and stuff like that, and it was Floyd at the end after the Baltimore, right? There was.
So when was it that Paul Williams had knocked out Samba Mitchell? Because that's when I started hearing about him, because I know he had like those second tier belts.
Yep, that was on his ride. I don't remember the year. Let's look it up. Let's find out. Let's do some research.
Because that's around the time where I started looking at Paul Williams after he beat Samba Mitchell as a valid opponent for Floyd Mayweather. That's how I remember it.
Let's see. We get Paul Williams boxer. Hold on, let's find that out, because we can do the timeline today. We do that now, because like I said, man, Floyd, I was on deployment. I remember that in 06. Floyd was not Floyd until after 2007. Once he beat De La Hoya, then he became the man. Shambe Mitchell, 2006 August. That was before Mayweather had these guys on the rise. Like I said, that was before Mayweather fought De La Hoya in 07. And in between that time, Paul in 2006 had fought Mitchell August, and then he came back in November and fought a guy named Pacquiao, and then he fought Margarito in July of 07 after Mayweather had fought De La Hoya and then retired later that year. So
I think it's fair to say that Paul Williams was also a presence in the division when Mayweather got there. Him and Margarito were the top two as far as who had, and I agree with Centron too. Centron was there, Margarito was there, Paul Williams was there. I'm not sure when Miguel Cotto came up into the mix. Joshua Clottey came up into the mix at one time too. He never fought Joshua Clottey.
Right. But that was when Floyd established his hiatus. Because he beat Oscar. Okay, good credit to you. Then he jumped down, and I think it was December of 2007, because he hadn't started doing the September and May thing yet. He took the May thing from De La Hoya, jumped down and fought Ricky Hatton. Nobody asked him to fight Ricky Hatton. And then he retired for 18 months. That's when Paul, Carlos Quintana, all those guys started getting in that work in his 18-month absence. And it just happened to be when he come back, he fought Marquez, and then Shane Mosley ended up being the guy kind of at the end of that shit, because Pacquiao had came in the division and started cleaning up all the work. He beat the Clottey. He beat Cotto. You know what I'm saying? He came in and obviously doubled down on the Ricky Hatton in the Oscar De La Hoya fight, right? But Paul Williams had left the division. They had ran Paul Williams out of the division. Nobody didn't want to fight him.
Well, Clottey was still a presence when Mayweather was there. He could have taken a Clottey fight. I think Clottey would have been a good fight for him.
Could have. He could have fought Cotto instead of fighting fucking. To me, I think that after fighting De La Hoya, he should have came back down and he should have fought, instead of Ricky Hatton, he should have fought one of those other welterweights. That's my belief. Because before 07, remember, Margarito was pushing up on his ass saying, hey, now I want to fight you for $8 million. but everybody give him a pass because it was like, well, you know, Floyd wanted to fight De La Hoya at 154. But remember, Margarito was trying to corner De La Hoya, and so was Winky Wright. Like everybody was at the De La Hoya's potato. It wasn't just no Floyd Mayweather. Winky Wright wanted him, and Margarito was trying to get with him as well too. And Margarito was willing to go for 54 as well. And Margarito was trying to get Floyd and Escalera at the same time. And they just and that's how Shane Mosley said, "Shit, I'll take the $8 million." And that's how Mosley and Margarito got into a goddamn fight.
There was also Kevin Alexander. There was Mike Jones. There was Randall Bailey. Why couldn't he give any of them kind of guys a fight? He considered fighting Kareem Mayfield, who used to be who was Kareem Mayfield? That wasn't that boxologist man at one time.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Hey man, look, fellas. Hey, I'm about to get out of here, man. I'll tap in with y'all. I'm finna get off of work. So Zone, I get up with you after the debate. Hey, YB, drop your email in that in the chat real quick so I can get up with you.
All right, got you, man. Hey, Zone and OG Blood. I'm about to get out of here too, man. Thank y'all for all the time, but let me drop this link, man. And thank you for choosing me to debate too, bro.
I gotta get back up with you somehow, man, Young Bill. I'll have to come over to your channel and start hanging out some, man. My boy Young Bill, man. Shout out to you, man. It's always a pleasure.
I like Young
Phil
Bill.
Walker, salute to you, man. Salute to Phil Walker.
Yeah, hey, shout out to my big bros though, man. Thank y'all for respecting me and let me be a judge.
Appreciate you, Blood. I'll holler at you, boss.
Yeah. All right, Phil. I sent my email to you, big bro.
All right. Man, I like that Young Billy. Boy, he got some good stuff. Yeah.
He's real cool. He lived over there close to Phil, man.
They'll probably Phil to pull up on him. They'll meet, but man, them questions were so goddamn amazing. That was the highlight. That's why I was like, man, woo, there were some good questions.
I got to go back and see the debate, though, Zone, man. So Zone, who won the debate in your eyes, man?
I can't say.
Well, you could say now the debate's over, Zone. The debate is over, Zone. You can say who won in the debate.
No.
Okay, well, I ask you when we get off. When we get off,
I got you. Yeah, because I got to keep the integrity of it, and then once I start saying right, like say so for instance, if I start telling you who I got in the win, people gonna start thinking they know and they can think who I think. Nope, I'll tell you though. I'm finna call you. We get off. We can close this off, and then I call you directly, and we can. I tell you everything you want to know on the line. But right here, no, I got to keep the integrity of the debate because I got to stay neutral. And if I start giving my opinions and stuff like that, it'll break down the integrity of the neutrality. Right? It would. It just that's what it would be. So no, I like what the judges said. I like the questions. So I will point to the structure, and then you can extract what you want to extract out of that. I think the questions were great. I think the questions were telling. You got to show up on time. You got to make sure your equipment is together. And if you're going to challenge, you got to do your research. Okay? So whoever's better prepared, whoever has the most convincing argument is most likely going to win. These two guys set this up themselves, right? They picked the judges and everything, and we called the audible, and they both agreed to it, and it happened. It happened, and Smoke came out victorious. And I agree with the platform and the results of the platform, and I agree with everything that people coming over here to give their post-debate thoughts. And I think everybody said the right thing. I mean, it was 3-0, right? All of the judges picked Smoke without a shadow of a doubt. And then even when BVO said what he had to say about maybe not getting a fair shake, we had to let him know what the truth is, and you got to show up on time and you got to study. But he performed well, though. He shouldn't hang his head low. And then I'm going to come out with the rankings right here, right now, off the top of my head. I'm going to get a spreadsheet and get the Smoke as the undisputed champ. Kush is the number one contender. I think that Truth is number 2, and then number 3 is BVO. Those are the top. That's the champion, and those are the top 3 guys. And then we'll keep going until we get a top 10 list, and then we'll let these guys mix it up. One undisputed debate champion. We ain't got to worry about anything else. Get the Smoke said he's open. If boxologists feel some type of way and he feel like the tournament that he participated in is something good or bad, then Smoke challenged him. He's welcome to come on the platform. Don't act like you can't come over here and have a cool conversation. You ain't got to like me or nobody else. Just come over here and spit your conversation, and you and him debate it out, and you and him negotiate on the judges and all that kind of stuff. That's just simple as that. It's not that deep.
Yeah, but Zone, man, cut the bullshit. You know you and boxologists been friends for years, and y'all gonna be all right again.
Yeah, we'll be cool again. I just, man, look, at this point in life, man, we don't really have time for that. Like, it's too many. It's been too many years and second chances and background talks, man. I'm too old for that shit now, man. I ain't in my goddamn 20s. I'm retired, man. I got a whole family to worry about. If I want to get serious about content creating, I can't have backdoor issues and people egos and stuff like that. It ain't about that shit, man. I got to do me, because I'm bringing my friends from real life into this. Like my boy Big Hill, that's a friend in real life. You understand what I'm saying? Like I got people that I go to Clayton State with. I don't have time to be grab assing with guys on the internet, because I got people that I'm trying to bring here. I'm not boxing anymore. I'm YouTube sports community. So these debates are just a part of boxing. I'm going to transition. I told you the fantasy footballer Fistiana is in on it. She registered. 513. Champ Ross is in on it. Big Phil Walker is in on it. I'm in on it. My boy Big Hill is in on it. So we got stuff popping, man. We got the league. Everybody got their draft orders. I think. Let me see, Fistiana. Let me see what she is. I think she's like got the top. She got a top draft pick or something like that. She like number 2 or 3.
I'm going with Fistiana, man. I'm always going to support Fistiana to win.
Hey, we'll see. We'll keep weekly updates on it, man, as we talk about this football. And it's been good, man. It's been fun. It's been better this way. And I'm more happy and mature with this product. I just can't be around guys that are going to have attitudes all the time. And it's not specifically to one person. We just don't have time for that, man. We've been on here for like 10 years. Some of you guys been on longer than I have. We don't have time to keep revisiting the same stuff. And Money Brown brought up a good point. He said, man, some of these guys, they win something and they start talking about, hey, I need bodyguards. Hey, you get with my assistant and stuff like that. And Money Brown was right. Like, just be humble and be cool. Too many guys are taking it to the head, man. So it ain't that personal. It's all good.
What the hell y'all talking about assistants and shit?
Hey, that's what Money Brown was on here. Hey, go back and look at the playback. Money Brown was cooking, man. Money Brown was yeah. Money Brown.
I'm not dealing with no big egos on YouTube, bro, because I didn't grow up with nobody on YouTube, and I don't know. I don't want them bringing their big egos to me. I don't know nobody's shit, and that's part of the reason why I don't fuck with a lot of people no more. The egos are way out in the. I don't know you like that, nigga. Like you know, you keep that shit over there. Keep that shit over there. I don't know you like that. You gotta come to my city and prove with your hands and get respect in my streets before I give you that kind of credit, man.
Exactly. Yeah, these guys.
Anyway, so man, it's been great, bro. I'll talk to you a little later, and I'm sorry. I'd like to apologize once again, man. You know, I slept through with medication. I'm sorry, and you always pick on me about being old and on pills and shit like that, but I didn't, and I know that you're gonna use it against me later. That's why I didn't want to tell you what it really was, but it's all good though. It's so good. Look at him laughing.
Because you've been taking a Viagra from the gas station down in Florida. I know how y'all Florida boys do. You better stop taking them gas station rhino pills. That's what you've been doing.
Shout out to you, though, man. Peace, man.
All right, boy. Shout out to Blood, y'all. All right, y'all. That's another good one. All right, we finna crank it up. Appreciate y'all. To Smoke, the undisputed debate champion of this YouTube Sports Community World. That's my brother. Congratulations.
Theo in 6 boxing.